Good morning. Let's see. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Wonderful to see you all here at Spegelsaden at Grand Hotel Stockholm, and a warm welcome to all of you following this event remotely from your computers. And this is the Naventus Healthcare Summit, the Naventus and Partners Healthcare Summit, and it's going to be a fantastic day. And this event is hosted by Naventus, Zetterwalls, Deloitte, Nordnet, and Nasdaq. And my name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson. I will be moderating this event. I am a journalist, moderator, program host, and also chair of the independent think tank Global Utmaning. This is an opportunity, a golden opportunity, to take part of presentations from leading companies within the healthcare sector. And the healthcare sector is indeed a life support system within our society, right? And I'm going to quote here a survey done by the healthcare platform, the Healthcare Transformers, that was recently published. And it was an international survey about the biggest challenges that are facing the healthcare sector. And the third challenge was implementing new technology. The second was finding skilled workforce. And I'm sure you can figure out now what the first one was. Finance, capital. So to invest in the healthcare sector is crucial. So why is there such a need for investment in the healthcare sector? Well, we have an aging population. We have more chronic diseases that are spreading all over the world. And of course, that's also connected to the aging population. So 89% of the respondents of this global survey responded that finding funds and finance to be able to get their companies to fly was the most important challenge. So indeed, investments are crucial. And in saying that, I'd like to introduce the first speaker here who's ready for us. It is Sigrid Therapeutics, and she will be, well, the company is presented by Sana Ayamovic, and this company is a clinical stage biotechnology company, pioneering new class of therapies to prevent and treat lifestyle diseases. Wonderful to have you here.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me clearly? Yes, excellent. Hi, everyone. My name is Sana Lajmovic. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Sigrid Therapeutics. And who are we? Sigrid is a purpose-driven, consumer-focused health tech company who is currently enjoying great momentum. And one of the reasons for that is because we have a really bold vision. A vision where no one should fall sick with chronic lifestyle diseases such as obesity and type 2 diabetes. Because we all know that to a large extent, these diseases are actually preventable. And we have developed and patented a unique platform technology, which we call CyPOR, that is able to effectively and safely address a number of metabolic diseases and disorders. Our first focus is on prediabetes and type 2 diabetes. Prediabetes, for those who don't know, is a disease where your blood sugar levels are higher than normal, but not yet as high as type 2 diabetes. It's basically the precursor stage to type 2 diabetes. And as you can see, these diseases affect over 1 billion people globally. So what have we developed? Well, we've developed a unique, very safe, easy to use, and tasty oral gel, which you consume together with your largest meals of the day. It's called CyPOR 21, and CyPOR 21 works locally in the gut and is excreted in the same manner as food. It is made of a natural mineral, but with a unique architecture and chemistry, which enables it to entrap digestive enzymes in your gut. So every time you're having a meal, right during your meal or precisely after, your blood sugar and blood lipid levels are peaking. They're going up. If you take our product, you will flatten the curves by entrapping amylase and lipase, two enzymes that are involved in the breakdown of complex carbohydrates and fats. Over time, This will lead to improvements in a number of metabolic parameters, such as long-term blood sugar, HbA1c, body weight, and LDL cholesterol. CyPOR21 is based on over a decade years of research. My co-founder is Professor Tore Bengtsson, professor in physiology at Stockholm University, which has spent the 20-30 years of his career understanding the mechanisms behind these diseases. And it is also clinically proven. Clinical trials with CyPOR21 shows that it is safe. It is not systemically absorbed, and it doesn't cause diarrhea or constipation. Equally, the magnitude and effect of blood sugar reduction is on par or even better than metformin, which is the first line of treatment for blood sugar control in type 2 diabetics. And this reduction is associated with 31% less risk of developing type 2 diabetes. So the clinical studies with CyPOR21 show that it's safe and effective. And if you compare it today, especially pre-diabetics, they don't have any other solutions. So a pre-diabetic patient today is recommended lifestyle, healthy diet, and to exercise more. There are no medical treatments approved for blood sugar control in pre-diabetics, despite there being 500 million people in need for something. In rare instances, metformin is prescribed off-label. Metformin is not allowed for the treatment of blood sugar control in pre-diabetics. If you look at the history of Sigrid, since our founding in 2014, we've advanced our platform technology from the discovery in the lab all the way to approved patents, especially in the States and Europe, as well as clinical trials, and we're now at the cusp of commercial breakthrough. In 2021 was a huge year for us. We inked the production agreement with AGC Chemicals, one of the largest silica suppliers in the world, to produce CyPOR21 at large scale. We also closed an oversubscribed financing round, which means we have a very good cash flow position right now. So what's ahead of us at Sigrid Therapeutics? Well, this year we're conducting SHINE. It's our pivotal late-stage clinical trial for CE mark approval here in Europe. It is randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled, and multi-center. And SHINE stands for CyPOR21 halts intermediate hyperglycemia. It's basically a fancy term for blood sugar control. We are targeting 440 patients here in Europe who are overweight, obese, and with pre-diabetes or type 2 diabetes, across 40 sites in Germany, Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania. Our endpoints, our primary endpoint is reduction of blood sugar control as measured by HbA1c. This is the golden standard of blood sugar control in diabetics. And it's basically the same endpoint that we successfully have reduced in our previous clinical studies. Equally, we're looking at the number of other parameters, such as body weight, body fat, cholesterol, and also the improvement of the gut microbiome. So, ahead of us, timeline-wise, we're starting SHINE this year, since it is one of the largest pre-diabetes trials to ever be conducted. It will take us 2 years to finalize. We will have data from the trial end of 2023, beginning of 2024. Then we will seek approval for CE marking of the product to put it on the market here in Europe, and we will distribute the product together with commercial partners. It is also important to mention here that our device on the US market is actually classified as a dietary supplement. And already today, Sigrid has all the clinical data required to launch the product in US. So I will touch a bit on that, but we're actually doing a pre-launch program right now to perfect our offering for the US market, but more in that in a couple of soon. I'm very proud of our team. Great companies are built by great teams, and we have a fantastic team that combines expertise in cutting-edge material chemistry, physiology, business development, clinical and regulatory expertise. Our board of directors consist of seasoned pharma executives who have helped launch innovations from the lab, taken them all the way from the lab to the market. For example, Ulf Winberg is our chairman. He has been the CEO of Lundbeck and is in the board of numerous stock-listed companies. Fredrik Lindberg helped launch Colzyme, Enzymatica's spray across a number of markets. So we are we as a team, we are young and vibrant, but we are really supported by very experienced, seasoned executives. We are also very proud of our scientific advisory board. They have helped launch diabetes products for big pharma previously, and they are critical in the development of our protocol for the SHINE study. So, I'm super excited. We are going live today with our pre-launch program, and this means that you will be the first to be able to try the product for free and share your experiences and your journey towards a healthier lifestyle with us. A bit about the program. It's basically a 6-week program where you will be taking our gel twice a day for 6 weeks. You will fill out a survey before you start the program and after you start the program. And we're able to do this because we have such a safe product. Silica is classified as GRAS, generally recognized as safe. And the survey will touch upon questions relating to general health, how you perceive the product offering, how Cypor 21 has improved your life, and also we will be inviting those who want to focus groups to share their experience with us. So, does everyone have their phones with you? Can you do me a favor? Can you please hold up your phone? Please take up and hold up your phone. Thank you so much. I want you to scan this QR code because this QR code will take you to our website and where you can fill in our survey to see whether you're qualified or any one of your friends or family that are interested in improving their life in a safe and effective manner. So please visit our webpage and share this with all of your friends and connections. And I would like to end by saying Sigrid is on an amazing trajectory, and we couldn't be more proud and excited to be able to launch a product soon which will help the lives of billions of people globally. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sanna. How exciting.
Yes.
We met here on stage, this past fall.
Yes, we did.
Where we just talked about the signing of the contract with the Japanese silica provider. Yes. How important was this, and how has this sort of partnership evolved since then?
It's a game changer because you can have an amazing technology, but if you can't scale it, it just becomes, scientific publication. So this was a huge game changer for us, and they are super committed. They have made life sciences one of their priorities. So we have worked since 2013 on this partnership, and it was a huge milestone for us at the company.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of milestones, the US market, how important is it? It's a huge market. In terms of other markets, give us a sort of a rundown. What's the plan?
Well, it's the world's largest dietary supplements market. It's worth $500 billion yearly. It's an amazing market for dietary supplements. They spend $50,000 throughout their lifetimes just on dietary supplements. Pre-diabetes is a growing condition due to the fact that US has huge troubles with obesity, and obesity drives sort of the pre-diabetes epidemic. But equally, China, super exciting as well. But we will start with US, and this pre-launch program is super important for us to be able to perfect our offering for the US market.
How about age brackets? How low can you go in terms of age? Because we do have children that are obese, sadly.
Yes. And I think that's the beauty of our product, that it is so safe and it's not systemically absorbed. It works locally in the gut. So we believe down the line this is a great product also for children with obesity and type 2 diabetes. But we will start in adults because we've been advised that once we show traction in adults and safety in adults, it is much easier to actually also sell towards children.
Mm-hmm. Well, best of luck.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
The next company, Aktier, is presented by Helene Ljungdahl Round, CEO of this fantastic company. It's a medical company marketing the Cad Score System, and it's currently available in Sweden, Denmark, and Germany. The Cad Score System is developed from pioneering research on phonocardiography, providing an innovative, non-invasive, and ultra-sensitive analytical diagnostic aid for immediate rule-out. So welcome Helene Ljungdahl Round here up with me on stage.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and I have to say too that it's nice to be able to finally have these live events again. My name is Helene Ljungdahl Round, and I am the CEO of Aktier. I joined the company back in September as the president of Aktier USA, and then in January I also took over the CEO role. So the company is really ready to start a new transition phase, and I'm extremely happy to be leading this phase. The core of everything we do is related to chest pain. And I think many of you might have experienced it yourself. Maybe you have friends or family. We're talking about stable chest pain, the kind of chest pain that you might feel walking up the stairs. You might feel it having worked in the garden, sit down, it goes away. The challenge with these chest pains is that sometimes it's very difficult to determine if it's related to the heart or not. It might be surprising, but it's not always related to the heart. And we believe that women like the woman here in the picture, that she should be able to know, if not immediately, at least quickly, whether that pain is related to the heart or not. Chest pain is very common. 20 to 40% of people will experience it sometime during their lifetime. And there are estimations that as many as 1 million people seek medical attention every day for chest pain. What was really surprising to me is that, first of all, doctors don't want to turn away patients when they show up in the clinic with chest pain. So they put them through a number of diagnostic tests, but only 1 out of 10 actually ends up having what's called coronary artery disease, or in Swedish we would call it kranskärlssjukdom. So 9 out of 10 are going through all these tests for no reason at all. Our solution to this is the Cad Score System. It's an innovative listening device. It's built on acoustic engineering and AI. So the device is, as you can see, placed on the chest, on top of the heart. It takes about 10 minutes to do the whole procedure, 3 active listening, and then we can tell you if you have low risk of coronary artery disease. And we do that with a high degree of certainty. The device has been studied now for more than 15 years. And we have approval in Europe with the CE marking, and we recently also received approval by the FDA as a de novo technology, which actually means that there's no other competitor or device similar to this. And the technology is backed by 45 patents. So where did it come from? It was actually, the idea was born at Aalborg University under the leadership of Samuel Schmidt, who is a professor there. And the idea was that we would listen to the blood flow in the coronary arteries, and you can see them around the heart. Now, if the heart or those arteries are healthy, the flow is very smooth. But when you start to develop coronary artery disease, you see buildup of plaque, and you probably have seen this. So what happens to the blood flow is that it's like water in a river. It starts to flow and it creates murmurs. And our microphone there is able to pick up these sounds. And it does this in a very sort of sensitive and innovative way. There's no way the human ear could ever hear this. So on top of that, then we layer an algorithm, an AI-powered algorithm. So it listens to the blood flow, it picks up these heartbeats, eliminates all the noise, and then we have identified 8 features that we pick up. And then we add some risk factors. And at the end, after those 10 minutes, you either get a score of 20 or below, which means that you have a very low risk of having coronary artery disease. If it's 20, that means that we can't rule you out at that moment, and you should probably continue with these regular diagnostics. So where do we think it's going to be used? So now I've been in the US since September. Where this in the US makes sense is at the very first point of contact. Somebody comes in over the weekend, they experience some chest pain. Physicians are suspecting that maybe this person has coronary artery disease, and they can do it right there and then in the clinic. And, as we said earlier, rule out those that have low risk. The others can then continue, but as you can see on the bottom line, if you continue through, there's a number of tests, and there's also radiation involved in some of these, and some of them are also invasive. So we can actually help select out those with low risk. And remember what I said earlier, 9 out of 10 that have gone into that bottom row actually don't have coronary artery disease. What's impressive for a company our size, we're less than 20 people, but we have a very extensive clinical program. So more than 8,000 patients. The boxes here in orange, they form the basis for our CE mark and also the FDA clearance. And then we have a large study filter, which is a randomized controlled trial that's ongoing right now. But every step of the way, our algorithm is getting improved with each and every trial. So commercially, what's happening? So at the moment, we are present in the Nordics, in the German-speaking part of Europe, and we're entering the UK, but most importantly, we're going into the US now, finally. But as you can see, in 2021, we increased the number of devices in the market. We're still a low number with 150 systems, but it's increasing. What's impressive, though, is that the patches that go on each device, that's doubling, which is indicating that every system is being used more and more, and our revenue was up 73%. The business model is quite simple. The clinic will buy the device, that's a capital investment, and then for every test they do, they will buy patches. And each patch has a code, and it's for that one patient. Now, we've estimated the lifetime value of one of these systems, and in Europe, we estimate it to be around 300,000 Swedish krona. In the US, the prices, of course, are higher. So there it could be close to 73,000, 74,000, but we will confirm that. The US market, you heard that in the previous presentation, it is the biggest market, especially when it comes to cardiology. So 10 million visits to the emergency room and to clinics every year, 18 million people have coronary artery disease. You see the number of cardiologists, emergency room, internal medicine. There's no way we can see all these doctors, but we have a database where we can pick those with the highest number of chest pain patients, and that will be our target. So I've worked in the pharmaceutical industry now for more than 25 years, biotech. I actually don't think there is a product that I've seen so far that so clearly meets a medical need, a current medical need, not one that we have to build. It is there right now. And you can see that in the US. First, we received the FDA clearance. Then we received a reimbursement code. So you need that to get paid in the US. The American Medical Association granted that to us in October. And then due to the process, we will have that available in July. But in the meantime, over the last few months, we've been working with clinics, and we can see reimbursement up to $200 for each test. So a doctor that buys our system and patches, the price in the US is $7,500 for the device, and then $75 per patch. They estimate they need to do 30 to 50 patients to break even. Interestingly, in November, also big organizations, American College of Cardiology and American Heart, issued new guidelines, new chest pain guidelines. We're not in the guidelines, but there is clearly doors open for early assessment of these patients. And then what's interesting, I think, also about the US, of course, the healthcare system is changing now. But in the US, a patient coming in to see a doctor demands an answer. And a doctor will want to give an answer. So even if these guidelines are saying you should not be doing very much with these low-risk patients, the Cad Score system can give them an answer in 10 minutes, whether the patient has low risk or an elevated risk. So how have we gone about this? The US being such a big market, we had to work very systematically. So the company subsidiary was established in August. I joined in September, and I have to say, we communicate as much as we can to the market, but those first 3 months was all about setting up the subsidiary. So we have an office in New York City. We have ability to hire in December, hire a team. We can pay invoices, and we have product in the warehouse. We also, in parallel, worked with a commercial company to really understand, do we have the right approach? So we were in clinics, we were in big hospitals, we were in the Veterans Administration, and we know what we need to do now. In the first quarter, we hired our leadership team in the US. We have our reps starting now, the first 2, and then it keeps going. It's a very strong team, and we've had our first sale. And we've had repeat purchase of patches. And we've had billings. So the things are now in place to really start growing. So a few words about our goals. 2022, the board decided, new CEO, expand the team, go for the US, and secure funding. And now we've articulated at the end of last year that we're going to go from 150 systems up to 3,000 systems by end of 2024, with a revenue of 20 million Swedish krona, and then, of course, very profitable. So how are we going to do that? The US is a big part of this growth, but we will also continue to grow in Europe. And then reimbursement. We currently don't have reimbursement in Germany and the UK, but the GBA just came out a couple of weeks ago and said, you know the study we were discussing that you needed to do in Germany to get reimbursement, you don't need to do it. You have the filter study, we will wait for those results and the decision will be made on that. And then we have to recognize that we have a platform that we can build from. We can listen to many organs in the body, but heart failure is an obvious next one. Hjärtsvikt. And so we're already in the dialogue with the FDA on how we're going to go about that. And then our team, of course. So we now have a strong, tight global management team. I'm delighted that Thomas just joined. Thomas has experience from larger companies, transformation in manufacturing, operations, IT. Marianne has been responsible for all the clinical studies so far. She's now been promoted to Chief Research Officer. We have Christian also here with us today, who's the Chief Financial Officer. He's been with the company for quite some time. And Anders is the commercial responsible, with a lot of experience as well. So I still manage the US, Anders manages all the ex-US markets, and then we're very happy with our board. So again, we're working very closely together with Philip, Marlou, Ulf, and Frederick, and we are ready to go to the next phase. So why would anybody be interested in Acurx? First of all, we have really solid R&D. I think as a small company, you could look at those publications, the studies that have been done. The IP is more than 45 patents, regulatory approvals now, especially in the US. We have a commercial model that we know works, and we're now going to expand, going into the US, and then we have the financials and the team. So if you take a step back and you think, is the product there? Yes. Is the potential there? Yes. And do we have the right team to deliver on this? I think the answer is yes. So that concludes, and I thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Helene. This is indeed a very, very interesting product. And I'd like to ask you, we live in a very unstable world right now. Where do you produce your medical device in terms of products and materials and availability and transport and all this that's affected by the current war?
That's a really good question. So our product is put together in Denmark. And it's shipped out of Denmark. But we source our components from different parts of the world, and we have supply for this year's forecast, and we keep building on that. Our patches are made in China, but we have sufficient patches as well.
Okay, yeah, that's a safe and stable answer.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
In terms of competition, you mentioned that you didn't really have any. So, what is the biggest what is the biggest threshold for you to be able to enter more of the medical offices? Let's say starting in the United States.
Well, sometimes it's actually very good to have a competitor because it increases awareness. In this case, I think our biggest competitor is that there's a fixed protocol for how these patients are managed. So we are working on changing behavior. But we do see that the 2 key success factors for the US market is that the clinic can clearly see where the Cad Score system fits. And I've seen it myself. When you're in a clinic, they're looking at the system, say it's going to sit on this cart for these patients at this time, and then they have a waiting room full of patients. That's sort of the ideal situation. But it's hard to change behavior, but they are very interested to work on that.
And it's also so small, so in terms of space, and
it's not a big bulky
bulky machine?
I actually carry mine in a camera bag. So I don't have it with me today, but it's easy to carry with you.
How about other conditions like myocardia? I mean, athletes get that sometimes when they work out with an inflammation, infection in their bodies. Can you detect that type of heart problems too, or is it mostly?
We haven't actually looked at that. So at the moment, we're focusing on coronary artery disease. The next
Which
one
is
is
the
heart
biggest,
failure.
of course,
Yes, and then we could go on to other areas as well.
So the sky sounds like the sky is the limit.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Well, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, everyone.
Speaking of the sky, the next company is called Stardots, and we will be listening to Daniel Petrini, the CEO. And Stardots is a deep tech company that brings together engineers and mathematics with neurologists and also with life science developers to provide neurology patients with a better outlook. So please join us here, Daniel.
Thank you. Can you hear me? All right, perfect. A few weeks ago, I asked an acquaintance with Parkinson's disease, "How are you?" And her answer is a good background on why I'm here. Let's call her Anna, and she has had Parkinson's for over 20 years, and it has severely affected her everyday life. Anna's life changes a lot during a day or during a week, from mild to severe symptoms and medication side effects, and sometimes she becomes immobile and freezes. Throughout Anna's home, there's water glasses everywhere, in case she freezes and needs to take her medicine. And it's not just affected her mobility, it's also affected her cognitive state. She cries a lot over small things. She becomes narrow-minded and gets closed in thought loops. And simple tasks can become daunting and stressful and lead to exhaustion. And visit to a friend becomes too much to handle. Too little sleep becomes catastrophic. Wrong diet can lead to severe symptoms and pain through many days. "Do not take what the doctor says as a truth," she said. In the onset of her disease, she got too much medication and too seldom. She actually got worse from the treatment. And she eventually began adjusting the treatment herself without the doctors knowing it. Even worse, all that medication makes it harder for her to get good treatment today. The therapeutic window is very narrow right now. Anna sees a neurologist 1 to 2 times per year, and where she gets an ocular subjective assessment of her symptoms and perhaps treatment optimization. The rest of the time, she's left with a disease on her own. Anna knows I'm here today, and she wanted me to tell you her story. And what if we could provide Anna with good measures of how the treatment exactly works in her right now? What if the doctors could get better tools and clues on the progress of the disease, and perhaps even objective treatment optimization? Would Anna's lives be better yesterday? Could Anna's and other people suffering from Parkinson be better today? My name is Daniel Petrini, and I'm from Stardots, and this is exactly what we're aiming for. Parkinson's care is a complex disease without a cure. More precise medication is needed as the disease progresses. There is no biomarkers, no blood samples to determine how much Parkinson you have right now. Symptoms are assessed, they're not modeled or objectively quantified, which leads to that the care is subjective, unequal, and very costly, and depends on clinic, doctor, and perhaps country. What we are developing is a solution that can provide quality of life improve quality of life for millions of Parkinson patients worldwide, and sharply reduce the cost associated with a horrible disease. And we plan to do that with the pharma industry to get the maximum synergy effects. Actually, it was Pfizer's CEO that said, in the future, every pharma product will have a digital component. And we call our digital health platform for Unliva. It's a digital health platform for equal and cost-effective Parkinson's care. And the mathematics and algorithms are based on many years of research at Uppsala University and clinical validation at Uppsala University Hospital. It consists of mainly two things. One is a digital marker. We aim to get the blood sample. How much Parkinson do you have right now? It could be, for example, the dyskinesia part, how much tremor, involuntary shaking, to get objective values of that. It could be the eye tracker to see how well you can follow an object, or it can be the gait, the way a person walks. Given that we have those markers, we're now in the position of optimizing the treatment. It could be microdosage, microtablets, it could be pumps, medicine, and it can be deep brain stimulation. And this platform, which you can see one of the apps, the render of the apps here right now, is ready for EU and US launch next year. The market potential for this platform is great. There are well over 10 million patients worldwide that's already been diagnosed with Parkinson's. The total market is $250 billion US, and we aim for 10+ billion US dollars. And the total cost of Parkinson's care is 25 and 50 billion US dollars in the EU, US respectively. Roughly half of that is direct treatment costs, and the other half is indirect costs. And the market is expected to grow since we're getting older. Our current investors are VNV Global, Uppsala University Invest, Stockholm's University Holding, Linnea Capital, and of course the founders and team. And we plan to raise 3 to 4 million euros this fall. We have a strong management team and board consisting of world-class scientists, proven business developers and entrepreneurs, IT programmers, and expert life science specialists. And that was all from me.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the app, is it connected also to the supervising doctor that is supervising your care?
Yes, exactly.
So the doctor can be more in tune via the app,
yeah,
in between the visits?
Exactly. That's what we're aiming for, so they can provide it in home.
Excellent, excellent. I wasn't quite sure that I got that right. You were fairly recently granted a grant. Please tell us about this.
Yes, a MedTech Vinnova grant for the app, core functionality of the app that we plan to expand, hyperkinesia. And it's done with Akademiska sjukhuset and Sahlgrenska in Gothenburg. So two of the leading Parkinson experts in Sweden.
And what does this grant mean to startups?
Of course it means money, but also it means that we can perform clinical trials, that we connect to the clinics and we can get their feedback from the patients and end users.
So how many patients are involved in the process of developing the app now?
40 to 100 right now, but of course we plan to increase that as the clinical trials advances.
And where will you be in 5 years?
Well, we'll be everywhere. No, we're targeting US and EU first. And yeah, we hope to be able to supply every Parkinson patient with this platform in the near future.
Could it be that you develop for other neurological diseases too?
Exactly. So that's our long-term goal.
That's your long-term goal.
To use the same core functionality, same mathematics, but for example for Alzheimer's and ALS and what else not.
Excellent. Well, best of luck and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are a bit ahead of the schedule, but that's nice because then you can talk to each other during coffee. And let's start and meet back here at 25 minutes after 10. So enjoy the break. Welcome back, everybody. It's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker. He's from Sprint Bioscience. And this company develops small molecule drug candidates all the way from idea to preclinical drug project, ready for licensing to the international pharma market. And with us here we have the CEO, Erik Kinman. So please give him a warm hand.
Thank you very much. My name is Erik Kinman. I'm the CEO of Sprint Bioscience. I will today talk about what is unique with Sprint Bioscience. So I will focus on our platform, what is unique with that, our business model and why we have such a business model, which is quite different from most other companies, and also finally our portfolio and the parallel multitude of programs that we have in that portfolio, which will also take us to our near-term goal, which is to become a profitable growth company. So this is a summary of the company. We're focused on oncology. And why are we focused on oncology? It's a growing issue in the world as we have become better at treating other diseases, primarily cardiovascular diseases. We live longer. More of us will actually get sick in cancer and die from cancer. So there's a clear medical need for improved treatments, both in terms of lack of efficacy and also the toxicity or safety issues with treatment today. There's also a great demand from the industry for new oncology programs, and thus there is a clear commercial opportunity as well. The good news is that there's a plenty number of new opportunities from a scientific point of view, and Sprint Bioscience has a platform to rapidly develop upon those opportunities new high-quality oncology programs. The track record that we have proves that those programs are of high quality. We have 3 out-licensed programs. The total value of those programs in the agreements is $747 million US dollars, and on top of that also royalties with products on the market. So far we have 158 million Swedish crowns that have helped us develop the company and the portfolio, and we have 3 additional internal programs, 2 of which we have been marketing for a while and are discussing with potential partners, and 1 additional one that we've just about started to market as well. We have within the company a focused and very agile organization and the capacity to add, as we expand the organization, at least 1 program or up to a program and a half in average to that portfolio. So our focus is the early stage. This is also where the industry has its main interest as well. Companies are looking externally, that is larger pharma and biopharma companies, for external innovation, as they have closed down the very early stages of drug development as well. In the all the deals that were made in 2020, a total of 133 billion US dollars, most of those were done in the early stages. And the interesting observation with this graph is that the deal value doesn't increase significantly as the programs progress into a further clinical development. What is quite obvious is, however, that the costs are rising exponentially as the programs move on into clinical development. This graph also gives you a bit of a background. It's quite clear that programs have a good opportunity to move from the preclinical stage into phase 1 healthy volunteer studies, and from healthy volunteer studies into the first patient studies as well. And if you look at precision medicine, which is what we are developing in oncology, there's more than double the probability to reach the market when you talk about immune oncology products, and this is the field that we're focusing on. In addition to that, if you have a biomarker, the likelihood of reaching the market is 3 times higher. This graph depicts our typical agreement model. So we will invest in the early stage, which is quite limited. We will get an upfront as the license as the license takes over the program, and the licensor will then pay us an upfront for that. And as the program moves further into development, the first stage, the later stages of preclinical approval to go into early clinical development, and so on. And then as the program gets approved, there's further milestones, and when we reach also certain sales figures, there will be milestones as well. And with products on the market, there will be significant royalties as well. So far we have 3 programs, as said, that are out-licensed. The deal value of the agreement with Deciphera from last summer is $277 million US, out of which we've received $4 million so far. Hybricel, some 5 million out of 240, and for LG Chem, 5.5 out of 230. So I will now move over to talk a bit more about our platform. A starting point in our platform is the target proteins. And as said, there's a high number of new scientifically validated targets. And obviously some of these we get access to and knowledge about through our academic collaborations. The most important one is with the Karolinska Institute. We also search published literature and participate in scientific conferences where news around new, highly innovative and interesting targets are presented as well. And through data mining and bioinformatics, we can get further access to good starting points, as well as through our advisors who are oncologists and scientists within tumor biology, and through a very rich international network also with potential future partners within the pharmaceutical industry. Another important part of the platform is the organization. We have a number of highly qualified experts who work very closely, interactively over different types of expertise in a quite unusual matter looking at the rest of the industry. They also work in a process called a Scrum, which is the same type of process that highly successful gaming companies and IT companies are working. So we have a focused organization with biologists, chemists and protein chemists as well. Another important part is the fragment-based drug development process in itself. So this allows us to build models of the target proteins that we're interested in, and from a proprietary internal fragment library, we can, with sophisticated methods, detect a binding with a small fragment of a molecule, which is the starting point of building a molecule that can become a marketed drug. And this process we can do in a very rapid manner, at least twice or 3 times as fast as the industry average in terms of developing a drug, which allows us to offer the potential partner a first-in-class drug, which means that they have an advantage in the clinical development process and also in the market in pricing issues and so forth. The investment that we make is less than half of the ordinary cost due to the process, and we can also develop a multitude of different molecules with good opportunities to build strong patents around these as well. This is not unique to us. The way we do it is unique. There are 6 approved drugs, FDA-approved drugs that have used this type of technique, and there are some 30 in clinical development. So this is the platform more in a complicated figure. So the starting point is obviously that there is a medical need. We do data mining, so there's a large body of open source information in databases, and we can, through quite complicated algorithms, find interesting starting points for target proteins. And through the rest of the network, we then determine what fits our platform. We do testing from our fragment library, and when we do get a hit, we continue that into an iterative process where we test and retest so that we do get molecules that both have a high affinity to the target protein, a high number of selectivity as well, and we also want to show that it has the effect that we expect it to have, the positive effects and not unwanted effects, and it also has the qualities once in the body that we are looking for as well. So after a process which is 1.5 years, we end up with a program that has a combination of a high level of new biology understanding around the mechanism of action. We have a diverse set of molecules that are starting points for building a drug. And in most cases, we also have a biomarker, which is important. So this creates a high-quality program, which is of great interest for many partners as a first-in-class opportunity around a new target. So these are this is the portfolio. So we have VPS 34, which is in the late preclinical stage, approaching the next milestone, which is CD selection, and then IND. We have Petra 01, which is together with Hybricel moving towards late stage preclinical development. The next milestone will be phase 1. And then we have the NASH program, which is in an earlier preclinical stage where we need new experimental data prior to choosing molecules and moving into the later stage of preclinical development. VADA and DISA are marketed to potential partners, and we are just starting to market the NEMA program as well. So very quickly about our internal programs. The VADA program is a program where when we block the target protein, we will stop the cancer cell's ability to repair faulty DNA. The immune system will react and the tumor cells cannot continue to grow. This is of interest for a number of different indications and in combination treatments as well. And the next internal milestone is to do an experimental study this year, and obviously to go to a partnership within the next year. For the DISA program, we are speaking with a number of partners with this one as well. A proof of concept experimental study is planned for next year. We have interesting molecules in this one as well. And this is about recognizing, or the immune system recognizing DNA, which is not supposed to be in the cells. Tumor cells can actually utilize this mechanism to disguise itself. once you block this mechanism, the tumor cells are recognized by the immune system and you get an immune reaction. The third program is the NEMA program. We just revealed the target, NNMT, which is a program, which is a mechanism involved in the tumor micromilieu, and they can adjust the micromilieu so that they can grow and survive, and also escape the immune system. Blocking this will stop the tumor growth and initiate an immune reaction here as well. And we will, at the Bio meeting in the US in June, start actually meeting with potential partners around this program as well. The VPS-34 program turns cold tumors into hot tumors, starts an inflammatory reaction so that tumors are invaded by immune cells, and thereby you get an immune reaction fighting the tumor and the cancer. This holds a great opportunity in that checkpoint inhibitors, which are very effective when they are effective, cannot fight cold tumors. Turning them into hot tumors will actually, in combination, expand the market opportunity for checkpoint inhibitors, which is already a very large indication. The Petra-01 program utilizes a defense mechanism for stress reactions in cells. Turning that off will stop tumor growth and survival as well. And then we have the NASH program, where in fatty liver disease, the mechanisms involved in fatty uptake, inflammation, and fibrosis development. And this is now planned for the next step in the preclinical development. So in summary, I've talked today about our platform, a unique platform to very rapidly develop high-quality new oncology programs that are sought after by the industry as a whole. We do have a track record in the out-license programs. We have 3 additional programs that we are now marketing, and we have the capacity to add to that one, and in our expanded organization, 1.5 in average to that portfolio. And this gives us multiple shots on goal, revenue streams that will take us to the overall goal to become a profitable growth company. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eric. Since you were here the last time, what would you say is the biggest achievement for your company?
Yes, well, last time we still had a need for financing. We did, I think, a couple of quite successful financing rounds last year. And what was also very important, and which is one of the sort of track record elements that I talked about, is that we out-licensed our VPS-34 program to Deciphera in August last year. So I think it was a successful year, and we made some significant progress, and we have, starting this year, a much better financial position than we've had in the past.
In your field, I often hear that there is a lack of, it's difficult to find talent, to find people to work with due to the system of education, specifically here in Sweden. How are you maneuvering in this territory in terms of finding talent to work with?
I think that due to our way of doing things, the process in the company, and very importantly, the culture in the company as well, we are very attractive to the rest of the industry and academia, where we hire new people. And for the recent positions that we've had new needs, we've had a high number of very, very talented and experienced experts. So far we have no problem at all to actually fill the positions.
Even in the more junior positions?
Both in the junior, I think, as always, to find those who have the combination of a high level of scientific background and industry background are those who are most difficult to find. But in terms of the junior position, there's a multitude of people actually attracted to working with us, which we are very grateful for.
Well, excellent. Yeah. Well, thank you very much for joining us here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chemotherapy-induced hair loss is really a difficult situation for people globally. And it's often said to be the most traumatic side effect associated with cancer and cancer treatment. And it's yet maybe one of the side effects that is the least explored. Paxman, the next company to present here, has been pioneering scalp cooling therapy technology over the past quarter of a century. And with us here we have the CEO, Richard Paxman. Please give him a warm hand.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As I've been kindly introduced, Richard Paxman. I'm the CEO of our company, Paxman Scalp Cooling. Great to be here today and nice to be in person after 2 years of sitting and doing this in front of Zoom. So here to talk a little bit about hair loss and chemotherapy-induced alopecia, as well as chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy, which is also such an unmet need. Most of us have been touched by cancer at some point in our lives. In fact, there's about 18 million new cancer cases every single year. Many millions of those patients will have chemotherapy, and unfortunately, many millions of those will lose their hair. So we at Paxman have developed a technology that actually prevents or reduces that difficult side effect, which is still considered a real unmet need. So hair loss and what that means to a patient. So if you look at the statistics, it's actually one of the most feared side effects of the treatment itself. It can lead to social isolation, so patients may not continue to work, they may stop doing social activities with their family and their loved ones. It also is considered the most traumatic side effect, and we think that's because it's so visible to the patient themselves, but also their loved ones. Related to that, it's also considered more difficult than breast surgery for a large number of patients. So this is really about being able to protect a patient's privacy and also keep a little bit of normalcy. You'll even find a certain patient population will say no to chemotherapy because of hair loss. So this is not only about the emotional well-being of a patient, but it can actually affect outcomes as well. So why we do what we do? We've been doing this, as the lady kindly said, about 25 years. When I was just 10 years old, my mum was diagnosed with late-stage breast cancer. She was in her 30s, beautiful curly hair, and she didn't want to be that cancer patient. She was actually offered something called cold caps or scalp cooling all those years ago, but unfortunately for my mum, it didn't work. And that was the first time she was really affected by her poor prognosis. It affected us as young children, and it also affected her relationship with my father. Seeing that distress, my dad started to look at, well, why didn't it work, and what can we do to help patients in the future? So as a family, we've spent the last 20 years developing the technology, improving the technology, carrying out large-scale clinical trials around the world, and more recently, and more, as importantly, really supporting market access for patients. We lost my mum 20 years ago, so this is something that we're very, very passionate about. It really is our vision that no matter where in the world you are, no matter what your income, your ethnicity, your gender, what your treatment regimen is, you should have access to scalp cooling and really help with this difficult unmet need. So how it works, it's quite simple, thankfully. I'm definitely not a scientist, but what we're doing is we're cooling the scalp to around 20 degrees Celsius, a little bit lower. And what happens at those lower temperatures is we induce vasoconstriction, so restrict the amount of blood flow and chemotherapy to the hair follicle, so reduce drug perfusion. We'll also see a drop in metabolic rate. That reduced metabolism means reduced cell division, therefore less targeted effect by that chemo. And that's really important when you sort of microtubule taxane types of chemotherapy. And then more recently in the cell culture models we've developed, we're actually seeing less drug diffuse through the cell membrane, both actively and passively. So in effect, protecting the hair follicles from that chemotherapy treatment. So we deliver that cooling by two quite simple devices, a single model and a double model. They're compact refrigeration systems that pump a liquid coolant around a soft, either single patient use cooling cap for a consumable different model market, or a reusable cooling cap. And again, that gives us that flexibility depending on the type of healthcare system. So the patient wears the cooling cap 30 minutes before chemo, so during the antiemetics, throughout the alopecia-causing chemotherapy, and then for about 90 minutes after. It's a very simple device to use. It's been implemented in many parts of the world, and we work very closely not only with physicians and medical leaders, but oncology nursing teams as well. I'm very proud to say we've got an awful lot of clinical data for a medical device company. That's not always that common. In fact, we've got about 8,000 study subjects looking at our data set and looking at our patients. On average, we see that 50 to 60% of our patients are successful, not requiring a wig or a head cover. So you do see some hair loss. What we also see in the clinical data is that we have improved hair regrowth, so another driver for patients to ask about scalp cooling and start scalp cooling, as well as a reduction in the idea of persistent or permanent chemotherapy-induced alopecia, something very important to patients. This has all been carried out in different parts of the world, large randomized control trials, prospective studies, retrospective studies, and also real-world evidence as well, which is becoming more and more important with patient-reported outcomes. So we have a public company. We're listed on the First North NASDAQ, and we did this in 2017 with a view to enter the US market and raise some capital. We have our operational company, which is Paxman Coolers Limited, which controls the manufacturing side of our business and also distributes globally. And then we have Paxman US Inc., which was formed in 2017 to satisfy our US market. We've got a strong board of both Swedish and English people with a variety of different experiences. Some of you may know Per-Anders Johansson, who is our chairman. We've got a large and growing team, although still a small company. We've about 70 people now. Big increases in people and real investment over the last 5 years in enhancing our senior leadership team and really focusing on that sort of regulatory, international, and now our US business as well, which is becoming more and more critical. So in terms of where we are today, we've got about 4,500 of these systems installed globally in about 60 markets. If you look at the UK as a prime example of what we can achieve, about 99% of the National Health Service, which is a public health system, use our equipment, as does the private sector. So I think that's testimony to what we can actually do across the rest of the world. We operate in a number of different models, traditionally distribution models with medical device distributors. This has been an effective way to enter new markets, but not as good in terms of growth of the business. It's very much about capital equipment sales to the distributor and then on to the end user. What we started to do as we've developed is become more creative with our business models, going direct in markets like the US, Canada, licensing models with pharmaceutical companies like Teva in Mexico and hopefully other parts of Latin America. And then models where we have a mixture of capital equipment and consumable single patient use cooling caps. The US has been a main focus for us. How our infrastructure works in the US is that we install the equipment free of charge usually into the healthcare systems. What happens then is the physician will prescribe scalp cooling to the patient. And at the moment it's a self-pay model, and that's what we're working on changing. The patient pays for a number of treatments and their cooling cap, so we get that recurring revenue stream. To date, we have about 950 systems installed in about 400 locations, including Memorial Sloan Kettering, MD Anderson, Dana-Farber, Mass General, and then large community centers as well, including US Oncology. So really starting to gain traction in that market and treated 9,000 patients as of the end of the year, but as you can imagine, that's just scratching at the surface. In terms of our revenue, year on year, we've seen some impressive growth from 2017 to 19 at about 300%. Unfortunately, COVID did affect us. We saw a little bit of a slowdown in the US, but still saw some growth. But our rest of world markets did falter a little based on the distribution models that we have. Back to 2021, though, back on that growth trajectory and very confident based on our strong order book at the start of the year, and that trend is continuing throughout. You'll see Q4 2021 there was our record month with some really, really strong sales, and hopefully we can keep that momentum. In terms of sales mix, we're now starting to see the US company really take over in terms of sales levels. And that's that recurring revenue stream that we were talking about. And that, for me, is the most interesting story for our business. This is just looking very briefly at the US. So you see that consistent growth, that slowdown in 2020, but back to decent growth levels in 2021 with 40% growth, which I think is a strong signaler to how important this treatment is across the globe. Another statistic just looking at our average daily treatment revenue, because this is a consumable model, it's a per-patient model, we expect that continued trend in terms of strong daily revenue growth. And then looking at that return on investment. So it obviously is quite capital intensive. Each machine costs about 83,000 SEK. It takes about 6 patients to get our payback on that machine, so not too high. So we've invested about 56 million SEK in equipment into the US market to date. Revenues of about 143 million SEK and about 258% return on investment. Now that kit, that capital equipment is still so underutilized, so we're really working on getting those numbers to increase, and we're very confident we will do with the changes in reimbursement. Just looking at our investments and debt, so we raised about 30 million SEK in 2017 when we went public. We then took on some additional debt to invest into the business and invest in that capital equipment I've just talked about. And then more recently, we've carried out a couple of directed issues, really based on enhanced institutional interest in our business and the potential opportunity. And a lot of that is about reimbursement in the US. So we decided to do 2 directed issues, reduce our debt, but also start really focusing on the growth of the business. And I'll talk about a few areas that we're looking at very shortly. You'll see that continued amount of investment that we've made. That's very much into the capital equipment in the US, but also in areas such as reimbursement and research and development, which is very key to us. I won't go into this, it's a very busy slide. What I want you to see is that we've got progressive increases in revenue. Our cost structures, though, of course, are increasing. We are very focused on being a high-growth company and also a profitable company, but at the moment, we're still making those investments and key investments into reimbursement, etc. So the opportunity, as I said, the market is huge, 18 million new cancer cases globally. Just looking at the US alone, up to 400,000 patients every year that could potentially benefit from scalp cooling. So at least a $600 million addressable market in the US alone. So to take full advantage of that potential market, this is when we did the directed issues, one earlier in 2021, and then subsequently in 2020, late 2021, following some very positive news about the reimbursement landscape in the US. So our focus has very much been about internationalization, so looking at new markets, placing key strategic people in high-growth markets, such as Canada, the US, as we'd already talked about, here in Sweden, where we really needed a presence and don't have much as yet. Also France and Germany, 2 key markets for us, as well as India. We're also in the process of, and just signed an agreement with a large Chinese company to start looking at developing the market over there. So the reimbursement side of things has been very key for us. That has potential to take this business somewhere else. We've worked on the NCCN guidelines, so it's now a category 2A for recommending scalp cooling for patients with different types of solid tumor cancers. We've got CPT codes, so we need to be able to pay for scalp cooling. The payers need those codes to do that, so we worked with the AMA. And then more recently, we learned from CMS, after a lot of work with them, which is the public payer in the US, that they will now start paying $1,850 per patient for one of our codes. This is a huge breakthrough for the company and a strong signaler that scalp cooling will be universally paid for in the future. To do that, we must change our business model. As I said before, the process is very much, as of today, about self-pay. So we're changing to a new business model where we're actually selling the cooling caps directly to McKesson Specialty Care Distribution, one of the largest distributors in the world, and they will in turn sell those to the providers. The providers will then go through our enrollment process, and we've now set up the infrastructure to allow us to do benefits investigations for patients, prior authorizations, and also appeals processes. So this all sounds reasonably simple, but this is an impressive infrastructure that we've set up to really take advantage of this new reimbursement story. We'll also have a patient assistance program running in the background as well, which is important to me to make this equitable. So research and development, still very critical for our business. So we have research and development looking at scalp cooling. So the future of scalp cooling, so cooling caps, the best possible fit, the best possible efficacy. But also important to that, we're developing something which is topical. So we've developed a compound which is now being tested at the moment in a formula to get into the scalp. And hopefully we believe that will enhance efficacy, but also provide us some flexibility in our approach for further consumable revenues. Now I'm slightly running out of time, so I won't rush too much in this bit, but chemotherapy-induced peripheral neuropathy. This is such an unmet need. What we're seeing is that actually cryocompression can have a benefit to reduce this unmet need. Now, for me, this is potentially even more exciting than scalp cooling. We have a relationship with the National University of Singapore, and we've developed a alpha prototype, which is now in test in Singapore with cancer patients, and we're just finalizing our beta prototype. We will be launching clinical trials with a large cooperative group early next year in about 30 centers, 400 patients, looking at this unmet need, really to prove that it's efficacious. Again, a huge opportunity to make a huge difference to so many patients. And then last but not least, our Scalp Cooling Summit. I urge any of you to come and look at our on-demand content. We got 50 speakers last week from around the world talking about this unmet need. So really impressive with about 1,300 delegates. So I think really placing us as the leaders and thought leaders in this space. So thank you very much, and pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Richard. How about competitors? There has been scalp cooling devices around for quite a while, as you mentioned in the beginning of your presentation.
Absolutely, yeah. So, in fact, our main competitor, and I would say it's our only real competitor at this moment in time, is Dignitana. So they are a Swedish company. They're also on the First North Nasdaq. I think both of us complement one another. We are delivering the same type of technology, but there are obviously benefits to both. But I believe the space will become a little bit more crowded, but based on hopefully what I presented to you today, we're staying ahead of the curve and already have built some fantastic relationships and have that strong clinical data behind us, as well as regulatory approvals, which is a timely thing to undertake.
Cancer patients also get chemotherapy at home, in the pouches and the duct ports that the medicine gets into. How about that process of hair loss when you're treated at home?
So in the UK, where we actually provide IV chemotherapy on a regular basis at home, we actually offer a service of scalp cooling at home. In different parts of the world, that's not always as clear. And then the different types of chemo don't always cause hair loss. So if it's an oral chemotherapy, it perhaps wouldn't, maybe hair thinning. So not always appropriate for the home setting, unfortunately, but maybe in the future.
And the neuropathy, of course. I mean, I'm sure most people here have friends that have undergone cancer treatment and lost sensation in their feet and hands, and it's a terrible condition. So this is extremely exciting. And how about competitors in that field? Are you...
Yeah, so again, yeah, huge opportunity. There is one company who are have developed a cooling device, but unfortunately there's no large-scale clinical trials proving its efficacy, and it's not involving the compression side of things as well, which we believe actually adds some value as well. But actually what we need to do as medical device manufacturers is prove this through randomized controlled trials, and no one's done that yet, so we will lead the way in doing that in America.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now over to the next company, Senzime, where we will be presented the news about this company from the CEO, Pierre Renaudin. And Senzime develops and markets CE-marked and FDA-approved medical technology systems, powered by unique algorithms and disposable sensors. And these sensors assess the patient's muscle function before, during, and after anesthesia. So please give Pia Rönedin a warm hand.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's really great to be here, and it's great to have an audience again. So I'm going to start with a short introduction about Senzime for those of you who do not know the company, and then I'm going to end with the recent highlights and our Q1 report. But let me start with a key introduction. So Senzime is a Swedish medtech company based in Uppsala. We do, as was just said, we develop, manufacture, and sell a Tetragraph system that actually can digitally measure the patient's muscle function before, under, and after surgery, so the doctor knows when it's safe to wake up the patient again. We operate on a really big market. It's worth 15 billion Swedish crowns, and there is a great unmet medical need. Our product has been developed during more than 10 years of research and development, also by the Mayo Clinic, or a professor at the Mayo Clinic. And the business model is a razor and blade model, where we have recurrent revenues. We have built a great commercial platform where we now have subsidiaries in the US and in Germany. There are sales organizations. We have a licensing partner with Fukuda Denshi in Japan, and we work with our distributors in our top priority countries very closely. And last but not least, we have a great leadership team that have a great track record in launching globally. But let me start with the unmet medical need. So there are about 160 million surgeries every year on Senzime markets. And I think you probably all know that when you have a surgery, you're being put to sleep. But in almost 50% of all the cases, you also get muscle relaxing agents. And these muscle relaxing drugs, they actually do that it's impossible for you to sort of control control your muscles, the willpower muscles, what do you say? So you cannot breathe on your own any longer, and you will get a breathing tube, you will be intubated. And this is actually Senzime's addressable market. These muscle blocking agents, they lead to a lot of complications. Studies show more than up to 30–40% of the patients get some kind of complications, and almost 1 million every year have what is called critical respiratory event. And these complications can be life-threatening. So this is a big problem. The doctors are aware of the problem. They know that the patient needs to recover 90% of its muscle function before it's safe to sort of wake up the patient again. So why is this still happening? Well, it's still happening because the methods used today, they are suboptimal and not very precise. If you look at the left, you can see that there are still healthcare professionals that do a clinical assessment. A clinical assessment means that you ask the patient if they can move their head or if they can do a hand grip. This is something you can do when you have recovered 40% of your muscle functions. In the middle, it's what is called PNS, is a peripheral nerve stimulator. It's widely used in the US. What you do with this monitor is that you measure or you stimulate the ulnar nerve on your hand, and then you will get, you stimulate 4 times, it's called train of 4, and you will see 4 twitches on your thumb. And then it's up to the doctor to sort of estimate if there is a fade, if the last twitch is weaker than the first one. And I think it's quite understandable that this is very hard, and it's almost like flipping a coin. In the 90s, there were the first objective monitor that arrived on the market, and this was much better, but have some clear weaknesses. And the 2 major weaknesses is the first one, that it has a tendency to overestimate the recovery. So if you don't do some complicated calibrations, there is still a high risk that you will extubate the patients, take out the breathing tube too early. And secondly, you cannot use this monitor in all surgeries. You cannot use it when you do robotic surgery or laparoscopic surgery because you need a free-moving thumb, and you cannot do that in this kind of operations. So when this product was launched in the 90s, Professor Søren Brühl started to work on developing the Tetragraph System. So Tetragraph System is built with a unique algorithm, and then is using electromyography, so another technique, EMG technology. This is different and make the product much more precise and much more easy to use. You will still stimulate the nerve with 4 twitches, but instead of measuring the movement of the thumb, you will actually measure the first muscle reaction in the hand. So this is really the reason for being very precise, but also, even more importantly, able to use this in any kind of surgery, because even though you will still have a movement, this is not what's being calculated. Tetragraph is approved in Europe, in the US, South Korea, and Japan. The market today is moving towards more objective and, of course, more precise monitors. There are very few players in the gold standard EMG field where we are, and it's a very high barrier to enter the market. There have been a lot of science and a lot of publications. Last year, there were 3 major publications that were published. The first one is a comparative study with our Tetragraph system to this type of AMG monitors, which again showed that we were superior. And this study was so well done, so it was actually featured on the first page, or the cover page of Anesthesiology, which is the most prestigious journal in this field. The second one is a cost-effective study that was done in the US, EMG compared to AMG, which also showed clearly that you only need to reduce a few complications and you will break even towards the older technique. And the last one was a highly scientific study which actually showed not really new science, but managed to show everything in the same study. So that third study showed that when you give neuromuscular blocking agent, you will get critical respiratory events, and if you monitor, you can prevent them. It's not only the science and the new products, the clinical experts are also year after year coming out with more and more expert guidelines, the clinical guidelines, and they're all pushing for objective monitoring. Last year, the Spanish guidelines came out, and also the British guidelines. The British guidelines were some of the most strictest guidelines I've ever seen. They are actually saying, they are stating in the guidelines that you should have an objective monitor in every operating room, and you should use an objective monitor every time you give neuromuscular blocking agent. So this is, of course, very, very strict. And right now, or this year, we are expecting the full European guidelines coming out, and also American guidelines. The US right now only have a consensus statement. They came out 4 years ago, but we are being told that currently there are circulating a draft guidelines for the US. If you look at the market and we look at the data based on operating room and number of surgeries taking place with neuromuscular blocking agent on Sensile markets, you can see that if every operating room had a Tetragraph, that would be worth 3.6 billion Swedish crowns. But much more interesting, if every surgery using neuromuscular blocking agent was using a TetraSens, that would be worth 12 billion every year. So even if you only took a small piece of this market, it's still a very interesting market. We are today represented in 29 countries. Our focus markets are the US and Germany, where we have subsidiaries and direct sales organization. We are also working very closely with our top distributors, and that is really in our key countries like the top European countries and South Korea. And then, of course, we work closely with Fukuda Denshi, our licensing partner. In the US, we are also using distributors. This is really to make sure that we can cover a broader geographic area in this very big country. We also have our inventors, Professor Søren Brühl. He's still active in the US, and he's still very passionate about driving this change, this paradigm shift forward. We have just at the beginning of this year won several really big university clinics in the US. In Germany, we have now 3 salespeople. They all come from the area of anesthesiology. They know the doctors, they know the purchasing organizations, and I think we have sold almost 15 university hospitals, hospitals this year in Germany. So we are making a lot of progress very quickly there too. So with that, I'm moving into the recent highlights. We had a great first quarter. We grew with 64%. We grew with more than 100% in the US and with more than 30% in Europe. We improved our gross margin with more than 20 percentage points. And we announced at the beginning of this year that in the last quarter last year, we had 74 ongoing trials. It was a high activity. We can now say that we have won 27 of these evaluations. We have lost none, and 29 new evaluations have started. So we have a very good hit record. Last year, we also certified our company and all our products to MDR, which is the new standard for medical devices in Europe. We also brought home the production of the monitor to Uppsala, and we also certified the in-house production to MDR without one single deviation. And I think that speaks a lot to the great team we have in Uppsala. I've already talked about the guidelines and the publications last year. What happened more this quarter was that at the end of March, we actually launched in Europe a pediatric sensor for children. You can see it on the little picture at the bottom. It's transparent, very soft, perfect for children. We already have had several orders in Europe. We also submitted the pediatric sensor to FDA in the US, and we expect an approval later this year. If you are looking forward to this year, the coming month, we expect, of course, the approval of the pediatric sensor in the US. We expect more big wins, and we do expect to see American guidelines coming out this year. We have now installed 1,200, shipped 1,200 Tetragraph System, and they are, of course, the ones that are going to drive the sensor business. And you can see that our rolling 12 in sales is continuing to increase. If you look at the regions, you can see that in Europe we have a very nice growth rate over the years, and we haven't even really started in France and Spain yet. They are just sort of getting started, so this is a very good performance. The US, not a very long period yet, but great growth. In Asia, it looks a little bit... It doesn't look straightforward, but it's organic growth there. In 2019, we had milestones payment from Fukuda, and they also order quite big orders at the time, so depending when the orders comes in. We talked a little bit about the gross margin. We have increased with 20 percentage points, and we are working a lot with the gross margin. If we continue to be better when sales increases in volume, when the mix of more direct sales is increasing, of course the in-house production of the monitor will show in the gross margin. And we also have a great deal on the production of the sensors, where we will be stepping down when we reach certain accumulative levels. So this will continue to look good. We were announcing earlier this year about the 74 ongoing trials and what this means in terms of potential. So these number of trials have a potential of more than 1,000 systems, and we believe that when they're up and running, each Tetragraph will generate about 50,000 Swedish crowns per year with good gross margin. We are very ambitious. We believe that we will be able to take 10% of the market in due time, and we believe that we will be able to sell for 200 million Swedish crowns in 2023. And that means that we install 5,000 Tetra system. So we have a great vision of reducing anesthesia-related complication. It's still a lot of work. It's very interesting, and the doctors are really happy to see the work we are doing, and I hope that there are more of you that are interested in joining us in this journey. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Pia. It seems like you're really steamrolling the competition here, and you're really doing a fantastic job on the market. Are there any major hurdles ahead that the potential investors needs to be aware of in terms of expanding even further?
So I think no, there are no major. I think the frustration we have is that it's change management. So of course it's you want to drive the change faster and quicker, but I think we are moving at a great pace with the few people we are. I mean, we're still quite small, and it's a big market.
And the American market is going really strong.
Yeah.
How come that there is such a great expansion in the US market, on the US
So I think
market?
I heard it from a previous speaker as well, but of course when you can go direct, it's better. You have more control, you have more committed people, they work only with your product, so that's great. Of course it's also more expensive, so you have to look at that balance between working with direct sales force and also with distributors. So that's what we do in the US. So the direct sales force, they are more efficient. But we're also developing how we work with the distributors, and they are also sort of getting up to speed. But that's the balance.
And how about the pediatrics market versus the adult?
So the pediatric market is really important. There are, of course, percentage-wise, there are less surgeries with this neuromuscular blocking agent. But of course, the kids, there's a great interest for the kids. I was actually at the Pediatric Congress in Tampa in the beginning of April this year. And in the big scientific congress with thousands of people, there were a doctor who was presenting the need for monitoring. And she said that for the pediatrics, we can absolutely not use the AMG, so the older versions, because the thumb movement is nothing we can measure. So up on the big screen, we had Tetragraph and our competitor, another similar competitor, on the screen, and she said, this is the gold standard, and we are expecting and we are trying to make sure that pediatrics are going to be in the US guidelines as well for the adults. So I think it speaks a lot to the importance of this market as well.
Well, they're vulnerable, the little ones, so
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Pia,
Thank
for
you.
joining us.
Thank you.
We have one more presentation before lunch, and it is Divisor. Divisor Diagnostics are specialists when it comes to diagnostic kits for complex DNA testing within hereditary diseases, oncology, and also in transplantation. And their products are used to guide targeted cancer therapies, to enable rapid prenatal diagnostics, as well as in post-transplant follow-ups. And with us here we have the CEO, Frederick Alpstein.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting us to this seminar. As said, I'm Frederick Alpstein, CEO for Divisor, a rapidly growing diagnostic company. We have a vision for our company, and that's a world where personalized medicine is universally available thanks to simplified and reliable genetic tests. We were listed at Nasdaq First North Premier as late as in December last year. We raised 348 million Swedish crowns. The IPO was oversubscribed, and we were very glad that we got many new shareholders, very well-known shareholders. Today, our biggest shareholder is Rutger Arnold. He owns 24% of the company. He has been with the company more or less since it was founded. We have some other big shareholders that came in recently. Swedbank Robur and Fjärde AP-fonden, they have 9% each. And then we have Berenberg and Third. They also came in the IPO. The founders, Ulf Klangby, Dan Hausenberger, and Anders Hedrum, they are still active in the company in senior positions, and they have 3-4% each in the company. So what do we do? Well, we are still relatively unknown. I hope you have heard about us, but I'm not sure you have. But we are a Swedish company founded in 2004 that develops, manufactures, and sells software and reagents for complex DNA testing. They are adapted to the leading DNA sequencing platforms, especially to NGS, the next generation sequencing platform, which is the latest and fastest growing platform. But we have also products for the earlier platforms like qPCR and Sanger sequencing. We are working within 3 areas: hereditary diseases, oncology, and post-transplantation monitoring. And we sell our products via clinical diagnostic labs, either via our own sales reps or via distributors. We are based here in Stockholm, but we have subsidiaries, sales offices in another 7 countries. At the moment, we are 90 employees. Sorry. So what do? Well, we produce, commercialize, and sell genetic testing kits, to guide targeted cancer therapies. It enables rapid diagnosis of hereditary diseases and post-transplantation monitoring. All our development and all our manufacturing are taking place in-house in our facility in Hägersten, south of Stockholm. So how do we do it? What's the reason to our success? Well, we put the customer, the clinical diagnostic lab, in focus. With our products, the customer can earn money by reducing the time they take to do the tests. The growth in the company has been high over the last couple of years. Since 2015, we have had an average growth of 37% per year, and that's despite a big hiccup in 2020 due to COVID-19. And we reached 94 million Swedish crowns for the full year 2021. I will not say anything about the 2022 figures because we are publishing our Q1 report tomorrow morning, actually. Since the company was founded, we have sold genetic tests for approximately 2.5 million. We sold products for approximately 2.5 million tests. We are selling our products in some 45 countries, but we have up to now had a very European focus. We have good gross margins on our products. We are actually selling consumables. We do not need to sell equipment. So for 2021, we had a gross margin of 77%. And the nice thing with our business model is that when the volumes are increasing, the gross margin is increasing. And when the proportion of direct sales is increasing, the gross margin is increasing. Since the company was founded in 2004, we have developed and launched 28 CE-approved products. We have a very efficient development process. It takes us from 6 to 18 months from a product ID to a launched product. As said earlier, we are active in 3 areas: hereditary diseases, oncology, and post-transplantation monitoring. And the biggest area is hereditary diseases, and it represents approximately 70% of our total sales. Although fetal diagnostic products, which are included in this area, still are important for us, we have over the last couple of years developed many products with high growth, such as tests for thalassemia, cystic fibrosis, and fetal RHD screening. A couple of years ago, we started to develop tests for oncology, and we have now a couple of tests for that, including tests for diagnosing hereditary breast cancer. Within this area, we are continuing developing, and we will have a couple of more new products within the next couple of years. In the autumn of 2020, we launched our first product for post-transplant monitoring of stem cells. And it currently represents a rather small part of our total sales, but it grows rapidly. With the NGS technology, you can measure very low levels of the donor's recipient's bone marrow, and very accurately at an early stage see if the deceased bone marrow is going to grow back. and then you can start treatment very, very early. So what's the reason to our success? The principle for all our products, that's process excellence. We are very good at developing and manufacturing products for the routine diagnostic lab. We do not address research labs where easily handling and fast processes are not that important. Our customers can be small specialized lab or big lab chains like Unilab and Synlab. Their whole business idea is to provide big volumes of accurate tests. And here is where we can make a difference with our products. We sell reagents that can simplify the lab's workflow and by that reducing the risk for errors, both by personnel at the lab, but also errors by robots. Not least that you mix up the different test results. We do this by offering very streamlined and simple processes. And it leads, as I said earlier, to that the lab saves time and money by using our products compared with the competitive products. And of course, we have 28 products, so there are differences between our different products, and there are also differences between different kind of competitors. But in general, you can say like this. With our products, you need less DNA to run a test than you need with a competitive product. With our products, you reduce the hands-on time from days to a couple of minutes. And with our products compared with the competitive products, you also reduce the total time from when you take the test and when you can get the result back to the patient from a couple of weeks to a few days. And as our products processes are so simple, also the training for the lab personnel, it's much, much shorter. For competitive, it takes something like 12 to 18 months to train them around the test independently. But with our simple test, they can be up and running within 3 to 4 weeks. So we are currently selling our products in approximately 45 countries. But as said earlier, we have had a very European focus. More than 90% of our total sales are coming from Europe. During the first years, the company worked only via distributors. But we had one distributor in Italy that did not perform very well. So we decided to switch and start selling direct in Italy. And we did that very successful. And since then, we have had an average sales increase in Italy of above 40% per year. And that's also despite the big hiccup due to COVID-19. So what happens then was that after a couple of years, we switched from a distributor model to a direct model also in Scandinavia, in Germany. We have been very successful with that. So now we are selling direct in the dark blue countries on the map: Scandinavia, the Dutch region, and Italy. We are selling via distributors in the yellow countries. And as we were so successful in Italy and in Scandinavia, we decided in 2021 to start selling direct in more countries, switching from distributor sales to direct sales. And we have done that and hired people to do that in UK, France, Spain, and Benelux. In US, it's also a light here, which means that we were selling direct, starting selling direct. In US, we did not sell via distributors earlier. But here we have set up an own sales organization, and they are in place since August 2021. For many years, Device's operations were focused on developing world-class products. And we did not bother so much about selling the product, actually. But this started to change 2 years ago. And we have now a crystal clear growth strategy for the company. And it consists mainly of 3 initiatives. The first one is strengthening of the sales organization by strengthening of the sales organization in certain countries. And it means primarily switching from distributor sales to direct sales in some European countries. But it also means increasing the focus on some distributor markets. And we signed a couple of new distributors agreements in 2021, and they have now started to sell our products, mainly in Asia. The second initiative is a geographical expansion. And here we are primarily talking about the US. As I said earlier, we have since August 2021 a small organization in place in US that has started to work towards that market. US is the biggest IVD market in the world and the market with the highest prices. So we are very optimistic about that initiative. The third initiative is continuing developing new products. We have been very successful doing that during the last 17 years since the company was founded. In average, we have developed 2 new products every year. And to maintain high growth, we think it's important continuing doing that. When we became listed in December 2021, we worked quite much with our strategy. And based on that, we put down the financial targets for the company. And here you can see we have 3 financial targets. One growth target, and that's to have a growth in excess of 30%. And we are talking about organic growth. And if you look to the right, you can see that for 2021, we had a growth of 42%. And actually, if you look in local currency, the growth was even higher, 47%. And as I said earlier, historically, we have had very good growth, 37%, 2015 to 2021. The second financial goal is to have a gross margin in excess of 80% in the medium term. We are not here yet. We reached 77% in 2021. But I'm optimistic. Higher volumes will give higher gross margins, and a higher proportion of direct sales will give higher gross margin. Our last financial target is the EBIT margin, or operational margin. And here we have it, in the medium term, it will be in excess of 20%. We think that we have a momentum now, and we are investing a lot in marketing and sales because we would like to be one of the first companies coming out with this kind of products. So that's the reason why we can run the company profitable, but we have decided to invest. And that's the reason why we have this target a couple of years ahead. So what have I tried to say today, actually, about Divisor? Well, Divisor, as I said, it's a quite unknown company. But we are a Swedish developer, manufacturer, and seller of advanced genetic test kits combined with software. They are adapted to the leading DNA sequencing platforms, especially to NGS, which is the fastest and growing platform. We have a proven business model that has given us high revenue growth over the more or less since the company was founded, actually in 2004. As you heard earlier, 37%, 2015 to 2021, and that's despite a big hiccup due to COVID-19. We have a focused and validated product portfolio with a strong tangible value proposition. Since the company was founded, we have launched 28 CE-approved products. We actually give the lab something. They save time, and by that, they save money by using our products. And we are addressing big markets and growing markets. If you look at the general diagnostic market, it grows by a couple of percent per year. But if you look at the DNA sequencing market, it grows much more. And then if you even go to the NGS market, some parts of the market, they have growth rates up to 80%. So I think that DNA sequencing, DNA testing is just the start of an exceptional journey. And last but not least in this world we're living in, we have quite low risk in the company. We have done this successfully over the last 17 years, and we will now continue doing that, but we will switch in from distributor sales to direct sales and continuing developing world-class products. So by that, I leave it over to the moderator.
Well, thank you very much, Frederick. Could you paint a quick picture for us about competition in your field?
Yeah. As I said, we have 3 different areas: hereditary diseases, oncology, and post-transplantation monitoring. And we are also working within reagents and software. So you will find it's a mixed. But for example, we have 2 competitors that are active in more or less all of these areas. That's Sophia Genetics and GenDx. So that's CareDx. CareDx. That's 2 important competitors for us.
And are they operational on the same markets?
Yeah.
They are, okay.
And they have started earlier than we in US, for example.
So Frederick, you painted a sort of a trajectory for the investors here, but if you would go a little bit further, let's say 5 years, where do you expect to be then?
Yeah, I cannot say anything else than our financial targets, actually, but you can calculate yourselves. We are very optimistic, and I must say, financial target of 30% in growth and a gross margin above 80%, that's quite good, I would say, as a medtech company.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much for joining us here and presenting. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, folks, we need lunch, right? So we have an hour break, so let's meet back here at 1:45. And enjoy, those of you lunching back at home. is driven by developing cancer treatments for patients that are currently lacking therapeutical options. And it's now my pleasure to introduce the CEO and the chairman of the board of Hamlet Pharma. It is Mats Persson and Katarina Svanborg. Please join us here on stage. Or is it maybe only you, Katarina? Yes.
Hello.
Warm hand.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. Hello, everybody. Since this is a new venue for Hamlet Pharma, I would like to introduce myself a little bit more elaborately than normal. So I'm a medical doctor, professor at Lund University since 39 years of age, fellow of the Royal Swedish Academy of Science since the last millennium, and also the leader of a very active and productive research group. For quite a while, we have been focusing on two areas. One is, of course, cancer research, and the other is infectious disease and immunology. And we realized several years ago that our findings had great potential to help people with important diseases. And so we were looking for a mechanism and organization to develop this, because as you know, the university does not do development. The university does research, and at that time, there was no infrastructure available. So if I may have the first slide, please. Yes, there it is. We have, to this date, continued to develop an organization to take scientific discoveries to the clinic and the market. And the mother company here is Linnane Pharma, that has been the mother of the discoveries and established a platform organization that we use to do this development. It's like a pilot drug development company with competence from structure and molecules all the way to production and the clinic. And the spin-offs, of course, are Hamlet Pharma, that is the focus today, where we are developing Hamlet as a cancer therapy, and also Select Immune Pharma, also listed on Spotlight Market, which is developing into phase 2 interesting therapies. Linnane Pharma is also the mother of new exciting projects that we'll have to talk about some other time. So Hamlet Pharma develops a novel concept for treating cancer with better precision. It all built on a discovery that we made in the lab, where we found that cancer cells, when treated with the human milk fraction, actually died. The bacteria also disappeared. So what was going on? The milk fraction contained Hamlet, the first member in a new class of cancer-killing molecules, consisting of a milk protein and a fatty acid. And when those form a complex, they kill tumor cells efficiently. We have tested many different tumor cells, and they all die with similar characteristics. We worked extensively on the mechanism of action, and I'm happy to say that the tumor cells die with an apoptosis-like mechanism. Apoptosis is a nice form of cell death, as many of you know. And this means that when we treat tissues, even patients, this kind of cell death is not accompanied by toxicity, unlike many other cancer drugs. So the molecules that we are working with are somehow instructing tumor cells to die without being toxic, without destroying their healthy neighbors. The first indication that we have focused on is bladder cancer. And bladder cancer is common. It's dangerous, and it's difficult to treat. Bladder cancer is the most expensive cancer in the US due to its recurrence rate and the poor treatment options that are available. So our approach is to do what other drugs are also given this way, to give our drug into the bladder with a catheter repeatedly while the patient is waiting for surgery. To do this, we couldn't use Hamlet. It's a big molecule. It's difficult to produce. And we were lucky enough to identify the N-terminal peptide domain of the protein as the active site. So we are now producing a fully GMP-certified molecule with polypeptide and Recon in Malmö, which is active which is reproducing the tumoricidal effects of Hamlet. It works in animal models, and as I will show you, it also works in patients. And we have valid patents for quite a while into the future. Our platform is allowing us to take this discovery all the way to the clinic through the different steps that you recognize, animal models, different animal models to make sure that this works, that this prevents cancer development. GMP production, as I mentioned, safety and toxicology, that is done, of course, by an external CRO. We have international contacts established since many years where international colleagues who are experts in bladder cancer are actually doing the clinical trial and have taken this through to the clinical phase where we are now in late phase 2. Our first, the phase 1/2 study, was finished last year, and we had no drug-related safety issues, reduction in tumor size, increased cell death in the tumor, apoptosis, increased shredding of tumor cells and fragments. The compound goes directly to the tumor and breaks it up, and also uptake of the drug. And we published this last year in Nature Communications. You know, we had, over the last period, we have 4 Nature publications in different Nature journals. It's quite a record also for us. So the next challenge was to find the suitable treatment dose, and we have finished a dose escalation study where we have the same endpoints but show an even stronger effect on the tumor. Let me just give you a couple of images here. These are 2 different patients, urine samples. They get the substance, and after 2 hours, the urine is full, completely full of tumor cells that break off from the tumor and are shed into the urine. This is a fragment, this is a piece of tumor that we can see. And this process is dose dependent. The placebo group, don't show it, the low dose and the high dose. This is the pattern of uptake. The red color here is our drug, alpha-1, and you can see how well it is taken up into these things, which are tumor cells. And again, a dose-dependent effect. And the apoptosis, the nice cell death that we can register directly in the patient. So with the blood cancer development, we are currently here. So we have the phase 1/2, the dose escalation are completed, and we are now moving towards phase 3 and towards interactions with the FDA and the EMA to take our drug closer to the market. Bladder cancer market options are, I would say that this is a very open area. Bladder cancer has been declared by the FDA as a great unmet medical need. And we are aiming for patients with early bladder cancer that have actually just waiting for surgery at the moment, and they have very few other treatment options. So we see a possibility, there is a strong need. Key market players focus on advanced bladder cancer. There are many patients out there who need alternative treatments, and there is an actively growing cancer market. I know you all know that the numbers are more or less correct. I would also, before I finish, mention a second project that we are exploring, a project about Bamlet, which is the cow's milk version of Hamlet, very easy to make, very cheap, and where we have a great potential for development. We are currently focusing on production, toxicology, and regulatory for this molecule. And we are thinking of 2 indications that are immediately obvious. One, of course, per oral treatment of colon cancer in the drinking water, for example. And then oral cancers, where there currently is a great need for alternative treatments. And again, this process is supported continuously by our discovery and development platform in Linnane Pharma. A few words about the financial situation in Hamlet. Some of you, I know, have been investors even since the start, the IPO at Spotlight Market. We have taken in money gradually. Last summer, a very successful share issue generated 50 million. So we are in a good position to continue our work. I would also like to highlight the fact that we were granted a Horizon 2020 grant from the EU. We had a very good run through just a few months ago.
Well, thank you very much, Katarina. You mentioned the Horizon 2020 grant. How important is it for Hamlet?
It's important for Hamlet in two ways. First of all, it's extremely competitive, as you know. Only a few % of all the applications are actually awarded money. And it provides a third-party recognition of the quality of our work, which we are trying to talk about, but it's more understandable if it comes from somebody else. Also, it's become a motivation structure for us to actually keep the milestones, and we're extremely proud that we were able to do this under such difficult circumstances.
You should be proud. It's difficult, I know. So, investors, what can they hope for if they invest in your company?
Hamlet has been cheap and fast. We have reached where we are with very limited funding, I think, compared to many companies who develop a new drug all the way to the clinic. We know what we are doing, and we have a very consistent pattern of delivering results. So now it's the question about the next step in the clinical development, the FDA process, which we are taking very seriously and are working hard on, and then also partnering, because we are now in a position where we can say that this drug is working. And there's a question of finding a major partner that can help us with the final steps in the process.
Are you the only company that is basing your technology on the human milk protein?
Yes. I mean, now we are, of course, not basing it on the protein, but on a synthetic drug. It's important to get away from the connotation of a natural thing. This is a real drug, and it's synthetically made. But I really appreciate your question. There has been, I mean, there's a world out there of different groups working on different complexes. I guess we are the most advanced in terms of trying to get this to the patient. Yes. It wasn't quite a response to your question, but almost.
It was, actually.
Thank you.
It's absolutely good enough.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. We know that 1 of 3 people in the world are diagnosed with cancer, and well, we're all more or less affected, because if it's not one of us, it's somebody near to us. So. Well, we need all the hands on deck to avoid this to spread and affect more people, of course. The next company is called Nanologica. And Nanologica manufactures, develops, and sells nanoporous silica particles for application within life.
Million SEK. But the reason why we'll get there is that is basically our vision: better and cheaper medicine through porous silica. So if you're in the life science sector, there are 2 sort of trends that you need to be part of. Either you need to make sure that whatever you do is significantly better than what's out there today. Like in our example, we have a technology for delivery of drugs for severe lung disease. Or you need to be in the trend of that it's significantly cheaper, so that you're a part of making drugs available. In our case, making insulin cheaper. So we didn't believe at all in the concept of a bit better, but much more expensive. But starting with our technology, so what is it that we do? So if you have our products in your hand, it's a fine white powder. Silicon dioxide, it's basically sand. So when you look into a microscope of these sand grains, you see that they're discrete particles. They're 1 to 10 micron. So you could say either we manufacture them as 1 micron or 10 micron, or somewhere in the middle between. But they're all the same size. If you magnify even more, you can see that it's a porous structure within these particles. So just the pore shape, the pore size, the particle size distribution, we're the best in the world to tailor this. And if you're the best in the world to tailor this, of course you can make unique products. And we have 2 business areas in which that's extremely important. So in chromatography, we purify drugs, peptides, and more specifically drugs for diabetes. And then, of course, that's one type of product that we make. The other, which is quite different, is drug development, where we have a technology that can deliver drugs to the lung that can't be delivered today. But we'll start with chromatography. What we want to do is basically that we want to peptide manufacturers, we want them to be able to purify their drugs more cost effective, or cheaper, as we say. That's our mission. And the reason why, how it works when you manufacture peptides or insulin products for, like insulin that you use for the treatment of diabetes, is that there are a couple of manufacturing steps, and then there are a couple of purification steps. And we're the last purification step. That step is by far the most expensive and cost-driving step in the whole process. So you have incoming crude of 75% purity. You pack our particles, which are micron size, into a bed in this large, as you see, you see it here, which is called a DAC column. And then you have the 75% crude, and it comes out, it's 99.2, which is the final product, actually. So this is basically what our product does. So the reason why this is important, and the reason why we can say that we're going to increase our sales many times in a short period of time, is basically this image. So I'm going to stay on this image because this is sort of the underlying driver. There are three main drivers for us. And what you see here are the number of diabetics in Asia. And I'm going to come back to that. That's the most important driver, but I'm going to start with something else. So there is a migration from older drugs, small molecules, to more modern drugs, peptides. And smaller molecules, they don't use our technology to purify. Well, some do, but almost all peptides need our type of technology to purify them to a final product. And that's sort of in our segment of the market. This is basically it's a growth of maybe say between 1% and 3% on an annual basis. The second driver, which is more recent, and we don't know how that's going to pan out, is that there are several drugs used for diabetes treatments, GLPs, glucagon-like peptides, already approved and used for diabetes, that are now recently approved for obesity. So it's a completely different and new market, and it's got great expectations, this market. We don't know how it's going to pan out, but it is going to increase our market. But the most important one that we look at here are the number of diabetics in Asia. And you see the two main markets, India and China, where you see almost a doubling of the number of diabetes patients in a 20-year period until 2045. And unfortunately, these figures are very stable. If you look back in time and you look forward in time, it's a pretty solid projection. We are getting heavier. People in Asia are getting heavier, especially in India. They also have a genetically they get diabetes more easily. What we see in India as well is that there are diagnostics becoming more and more available, driving up the number of people needing insulin. But this is not enough, because if you combine, for example, three markets that we haven't on here, which are sort of Malaysia, Thailand, and Indonesia, you have other 500 million of patients that need insulin. Unfortunately, if you have diabetes, there are no other drugs that we can see on the horizon. So for at least 15 years, insulin and insulin-like products that actually need our technology will be the only ones available for these kinds of markets. So I would say from a people's health perspective, unfortunately, the market is extremely stable, and the growth is going to be brutal the coming 20 years. Our product, what does it do and how does it compare to our competition? So basically, there are only three competitors, three players in this field. And this is, so we made with an insulin, we had an external lab do testing, and this is what basically came back. So this is the cost to drive the process step that we call polishing, where our product is used. And as you can see, the cost with running with our product is significantly lower. I mean, it is always difficult to do this, and I've discussed this with several customers because it is the kind of conditions. Because in theory, the conditions could be in favor of our product, but when we show this to customers, they become really interested, I would say, because what it basically sees is that in this step, which is the most expensive step, you can lower the cost with 40%. And the question is, how can you do that? Well, there are two main drivers. The first one is that our product purifies better. I started with saying that with silica, with one of the teams that are the best ones in the world to do this. So we can control basically the surface properties in a very, very good way. That makes it, and then the product purifies better than competition. The other driver is that it lasts longer. And this is, of course, because we can make a very dense, very hard, and physically and chemically stable product, so it lasts longer. That also influences the cost of manufacturing insulin in this case. But the question is then, okay, so if our product is this good, why don't we have a sales of 250 million already? Well, the reason is that we haven't had the scale. So everything we've delivered up till sort of a year ago, we made from our pilot plant here in Sweden. What we did in 2019 is that we got a first sort of a larger customer that made a long-term commitment that allowed us to build a manufacturing site, which has been ready since last year, and in a very short period of time, I would say a month or so, we'll deliver the first product from that factory. So we're in a very, very interesting crossroads where we actually will, for the first time, will have, I can't, there's so many deals that we've missed just because we haven't had the scale. Because we've been out there with these companies that have tested our products for a very long time, I mean 5-6 years maybe. So now, very soon, we'll have the manufacturing site online, and we'll deliver it. So what do we do then? So then we're launching our product. So these are some images that from the launch. We had sort of a sneak launch basically a month ago when we were in India, which I think will be our most important market, where we had the first physical conference in almost 2 years. And now the team is in the US, they have a couple of conferences, and then we're going to Europe. So our main markets, I would say, is India, China, US, and Europe. And unfortunately, it's difficult still to travel in China, although we're doing that. So what can you expect from the company in chromatography? Well, we have the first order, waiting for the second order. We're going to start manufacturing, and of course, we're going to have the first sales. And I hope that this will be done during the launch here now in Q2, Q3. And then we're going to have repeat business so that we can reach our goal, which is a sales of 100 to 300 million SEK in 2024. I'm going to come back to this, but this was so we're switching tracks now from chromatography, from life science tools, to basic, well, this was just a summary slide. But I'm going to come back to this, and now I'm going to talk a bit about drug development. So what we do, we use the same base technology to deliver drugs to the lung that so far have not been able to deliver it to the lung. And we're targeting severe lung disease. So the principle is very simple. You have this porous particle, you fill it, or load it, as we say, with drug product, and then you put it into a dry powder inhaler, you inhale it, and then the particle with the drug inside ends up in the lung, and then the particle dissolves into silicic acid, which we already have in the lung, and then the drug comes out. And there are many drugs that will be able to, that we already know, that we've been able to deliver, to load this way. Now we just need to prove it. And just to give you some, because we believe that we have a unique technology. We had a team that just came back from the US. There was a conference in Florida, which was basically only lung medicine. So when you deliver drugs to the lung, there are several ways you can do that, and basically 3 main ways. So we've got this dry powder inhaler. You have a, well, this size inhaler, you inhale, and the suck from your breath releases drug powder, and it ends up in the lung. Then you've got this older version where you have a sort of a canister with gas, you shake it, and then you push it, you get an aerosol, and then you're supposed to inhale at the same time. Same principle, but it's aerosol instead of dry powder. Those are only legacy products. There are many products out there, but there is no development in this field, so I'm not going to talk much about that. And the third one is nebulization, which has a different principle. So a nebulizer could be a machine that is this big, but it could also be large like a room. And basically, it's a different principle for it because it's you need to breathe in it. So it's basically, instead of this, you have the conventional DPI, it is. And as you can see here, there is a, so first I'm going to say that our product is excellent in delivering asthma drugs. But we're not going to do that because there are affordable drugs that are good already out there. But so we're going to probably stay out of at least the main part of asthma and COPD. But there are other areas, severe lung disease, where there is very, very, very poor treatment, like PAH or IPF, for example. And there are very few treatment options. And as you can see, in, for example, biologics, we can deliver biologics with our technology. We already showed that, but nebulization can do that to some extent. The problem with nebulization is that it takes a lot of time because you every time you might need to breathe in, breathe out for, let's say, 3 to 15 minutes. And if you have a regime, you have multiple drugs that you need to take, and you can end up doing this a lot of the times of your day. So this is something you're trying to avoid. DPI can't deliver biologics, but we can. So, and the same with poorly solubles. There are no solution for poorly soluble drugs to the lung. Again, they're doing particle modification. So, because what we want to do is that we want to have as a broad treatment regime as possible. And this means that we want to be able to deliver large molecules. We want to deliver high-dose molecules, low-dose, and of course, several times a day. And that puts strain on our technology, but that's what we do, so that's what we're doing right now. And we want to combine that with see how fast do these particles clear from the lung. You could call it that they dissolve or that they melt in the lung. Because of course, if they melt very fast, we can have, because there's some treatment options that are 6 to 9 times a day. Then of course you need to clear it very fast from the lung, otherwise you'll get accumulation of silica in the lung, and that's probably something that is potentially something that can induce inflammatory response, which you wouldn't want. So that's what we're doing right now. But I would say more importantly, what we're doing now is that we are about to deliver from our factory, from our brand new factory. We're doing our market launch, and we're going to have sales of what we call preparative product, which is in preparative chromatography. So that's pretty much it for me, and thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Andreas. The first presenter here today is Sigrid Therapeutics. They're sourcing their silica from Japan.
Yeah.
And where do you get your silica from?
We manufacture it ourselves.
You manufacture it? That's the factory that you showed?
Yes.
So the raw components?
Yeah, so we have the same. First of all, Sigrid Therapeutics, I'm a co-founder of Sigrid, so I know them pretty well. And it was actually part of Nanologica until 2014, when we spun it out. But they have a very good manufacturing, they're using a Japanese company. But we are, and we can say we're using the same base material as they are doing, but that's sort of industrial scale silica base. And then we do, our manufacturing process is very different from theirs.
Okay. How about the investors listening to you here? What can they look forward to if they invest in, what are the sort of the prognosis, let's say in a 4 or 5 time? All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's now time to move on to a panel discussion, precision medicine and development, new possibilities, and the Achilles heel of cancer. And I'm handing over to another person here, Linus Jönsson, Associate Professor at the Department of Neurobiology, Care and Society at Karolinska Institutet. And you will host the panel and you will introduce the panelists.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Hello, everyone. So it's my great pleasure to moderate this discussion. I'm also happy to have a small but distinguished panel with me here. Viktor Dvorta from Karolinska Development, the CEO of Karolinska Development, and Daniel Ågren, who is a personalized healthcare lead at Roche. And we will talk about precision medicine. And I thought that I would, just to introduce this topic, show a couple of slides just to level set what we mean by precision medicine and opportunities in this area. So in traditional medicine, as you know, we develop medicines for groups of patients. We make sure that these medicines work on average, but we also know that there are groups of patients that have better effect of these drugs, and there are some patients who have perhaps no effect of these drugs. The problem is that we can't know which patient is which. Before we give this medicine, if it's a patient who will respond or a patient who will not respond. And even after the patients take this medicine, we may not even know then if they actually were a responder or not. Now, the idea with precision medicine is instead that we recognize that patients are different, there is heterogeneity, and we can try to identify groups within these patients, look at individual characteristics in terms of their genome, in terms of their behavior, their environmental circumstances, and also their digital phenotype. And we can then try to identify patients and develop medicine specifically for these smaller subsets of patients. Thereby we get medicines that are more targeted and hopefully then have a better effect. So that's the principle. Now, if precision medicine is the future is already here. In fact, a large share of drugs that receive FDA approval today are precision medicines in the sense that they have an indication that is based on identifying patients with a biomarker. You can see here that over 30% of approved medicines today are precision medicines, and this trend is increasing. So this has been, of course, very successful. Precision medicine, with that we mean risk of developing disease. And this is sometimes referred to as precision health, so the wider area of applying precision medicine to prevention and treatment of disease. So there, of course, are also challenges with this approach. And one area I'd like to focus on here, I'm a health economist, so I'm interested in whether these drugs actually get to patients and whether they actually get reimbursement. And you can see a little bit depressing figures here that overall less than half of all new pharmaceuticals, more than a third of all new medicines that achieve regulatory approval. Remember that these are drugs that are approved by the EMA, but they are not being used by patients because they don't have reimbursement. So one way to interpret this is that the reason why we have been successful in developing precision medicines is that the regulatory requirements are a little bit lower. We can achieve regulatory approval with less developed data, smaller trials, shorter trials, uncontrolled trials. But this data has not been enough to convince payers to actually pay for these drugs, and therefore we get stuck at that stage. So this is a little bit where we are to set the stage, and with that I'd like to move to the discussion. And I'm happy to have, again, Daniel Ågren, precision personalized healthcare lead at Roche. If I can begin with you, could you tell us a bit how you view this area at Roche? What priorities do you see, and how do you make decisions about investments in this area?
Yeah, but precision medicine is really a key area for for Roche, and that comes back to our vision that in 2030 we want to deliver 3 to 5 times more patient benefit to 50% less cost to society. And to be able to do that, we believe that we need to implement precision medicine in the healthcare system. And as you all know, Roche is a huge life science company with both a diagnostic leg and a pharmaceutical leg. And we believe that we can, by combining those competences and working together, we can really help in the implementation of precision medicine. And if you think about the investments that we're doing within precision medicine, we're doing a lot within diagnostics, we're doing a lot within the treatments, and that's how we've been working for many, many years. But now we're also starting to focus on the glue between them, so the bridge between diagnostics and treatments, and that is one of the key things that needs to happen if we should implement precision medicine, because the diagnostic tools are becoming more and more advanced. We're getting more and more information from the diagnostic tools, but they need to be interpreted so that the clinicians can get actionable insights. And that's something we are doing a lot within. And we did a large investment a few years ago in Foundation Medicine in US, and that's a company that is doing advanced diagnostic, but also transitioning the information into actionable insights. And that's a good example of where Roche is doing investments, and I think that investment was in the range of 55 billion Swedish crowns. So it's huge investments, but it's taking the whole patient journey into the actionable insights. So that's one area that we are focusing on.
Super, thank you. I will come back to you again, Daniel, but I'd like to also ask Victor Rotas, so you're the CEO of Karolinska Development, just ask you the same questions. How do you view the area of precision medicine when you make your decisions about investment? How do you view this area and the development? What are the most opportune areas?
So, I mean, there are various fields here that you can look at, and one of them is of course, medtech is one part where it's quite actionable, actually. We have one portfolio company, Ostesign, which makes personalized cranial implants. So you take an MR, and then you see exactly how that implant should look, and then you manufacture the implant specified for just that patient. So that is a type of personalized medicine. So within orthopedics and so forth, we see all of that. And that's feasible for us to invest in. But when you come to pharma, it's much, much tougher, because diagnostics is a tough field to invest in. And many of the small companies, they don't have the bandwidth for both doing the diagnostic part and the pharma part. You don't have, how much was it, 55 billion? I mean, we have significantly less money to develop these kind of companies, which means that you have to focus on one thing, and you have to focus on the thing that gives you money, which is usually the pharma part. So, you know, we rarely see both the diagnostic part and the pharma part in one company. That said, we have a company in portfolio called Aktier, which is a P53 company. I mean, it's an oncology company targeting P53 mutations in cancer, in various cancer forms. So, yes, it is possible. It's quite rare. I think what we could see is something like enzyme replacement therapy, where you have inherited disease, and you know where is the mutation, what kind of enzyme is mutated, and you can replace that. That's sort of an obvious one, and it's also personalized medicine. One thing we also find problematic is when companies come to us with these kind of things, it's also, all right, so how validated is your marker, and how much money should we spend on validating your marker? Is that an impossible mission? I mean, if they come to us with cardiovascular disease and say, well, we have this fantastic marker for myocardial infarction, very good. It's like 5 years trials to prove that this marker actually is reliable. And, and can you get paid for that? Probably not. and can you tag along a medicine, right? Maybe, but you know, so it's a difficult field for small companies.
So when you're looking at companies that have wide indications that are targeted versus smaller indications, I mean, could you say something in general about what you prefer? Is that going back to, well, if you have a very defined smaller indication and you have a validated biomarker, is that what you will be looking for?
Yeah, that's fantastic, especially if it's orphan and a validated biomarker. That's my dream company. Come and show it to me if you have one. But I mean, they are rare. So I think, yes, that's obvious. And orphan, of course, I mean, if you both have a validated biomarker and orphan, the drug development is less costly and much faster.
Daniel, do you agree in terms of what your priorities are? Are there specific types of products or portfolios like that, or disease areas that you think are more interesting?
No, but I think the oncology is, of course, interesting for Roche. That's an area we've been focusing a lot over the past years, and moving into the smaller indications is something that is really the future of cancer care, because many of the biggest areas and biggest indications, there are treatments already today, but now we see that we're moving more into the more rare cancers, and there you need to have targeted therapies, and you need to have a biomarker available to get the treatments in there. So that's an area where a lot of things are happening now.
Yeah, and you have the muscle to develop that yourself as well. Do you see the tandem track of both developing the biomarkers and the pharmaceutical products in tandem?
Within cancer, we see that we are moving more into broader panels, so that you test a lot of biomarkers in one panel at one go. We believe that that is the future, moving away from the single marker test. So getting everything at one shot. It's much more efficient, and it's much more feasible both for the future drug development, because then you get the targets. You see what patients have those markers already, and they can be included in clinical trials, but you also get the biomarkers where there are treatments available already today. So the panel thinking is the future.
Okay, so if you think about one of the first or an early targeted therapy or precision medicine was Herceptin, or trastuzumab, a Roche product actually, that targets specifically patients with a HER2 mutation, right? So or positivity. So that's one biomarker that identifies this patient group. Now, I think what you are talking about here for the future is that we will not have one biomarker. We will in fact have a large collection of biomarkers and perhaps also other type of data that will together define your patient population. Is that right? It will be more complex in a way how we identify these patients.
Exactly, that's what I think that will be the future. So nowadays we do, for instance, with broad genomic profiling, which is using the technique that Divisor was talking about earlier today. There you actually get, like, you can get 300 to 500 biomarkers in one go, and then you can, but then you need, it's complex information. That's why it needs to be interpreted to create these actionable insights for the clinicians. So that is the transition that is happening, that is now enabling precision medicine. So
what are the regulatory barriers for that? I mean, when you have big panels and have all of these, I mean, what have you seen as the regulatory hurdles here?
No, but we have, for instance, if you look at Foundation Medicine, that is regulatory approved. It has FDA approvals for several of the biomarkers already. So it is a troublesome process, but when you have it, it's so much more.
Or is it more for, I mean, one biomarker? That's an easy one, right? But if you have a big panel, 500, what do you do with that information, and how do you sort it out? How do you do it actionable?
No, but they look at different parts of different biomarkers, and you get that FDA approved for a certain drug, and then you have that. But the whole process is also FDA approved, so it is standardized and structured, the whole process, and that's something that is critical to have it. So it needs to be the same result each time for this sort of tests.
And if we take one step further beyond the regulatory approval, in the end, we would like these medicines to go into the patients as well, right? In routine care. So how do you see, what type of barriers do you see of introducing these type of concepts that involve large panels of biomarkers, complex information processing, and then decision making based on that. How do you see any barriers in implementing that in routine care? I think it's a question to both of you. I mean, if you, Victor, if you consider these type of things.
And this is expensive medicine, right? So who should pay for this? And how much can it cost to cure one patient? And you have to put that in relation to all the other things that is happening in healthcare, right? I mean, these things that we are talking about, it's quite expensive treatments. First you have to have the panels and so forth, and then on top of that you have very expensive medicines. And can society afford that?
Yeah, but I would like to question. So it's but I think the medicines that we have approved here in Sweden, where we have reimbursement, they are seen as cost effective. So they are cost effective here in Sweden, and of course it's an investment cost to implement precision medicine and getting the panels in place. And that's something which I see as a big hurdle today, and there will probably be a need for some national investments to get this in place. But after that, it should be this should be cost effective for the healthcare. Treating the right patient, giving them the right treatment at the right time is more cost effective than giving them the wrong treatment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's one aspect here which I a little bit alluded to in the introduction as well, and that's the level of evidence. I mean, again, traditional medicine is based on evaluating drugs and testing them in large populations. We have a lot of data. We know more or less how well these drugs work. Even though the effect might not be very big in an individual patient, we know a lot about it. I think one of the differences we'll have with this personalized medicine is that the expectation is that the individual effect can be really large for a patient, but we'll know less about it. I mean, would you agree with that the level of evidence that we'll have on these new drugs will actually be lower, and we're actually making these decisions on data on cost effectiveness and clinical effectiveness and so on that is not as mature? I mean, we're talking about single-arm trials and things like that. Would you agree with that, and what type of kind of solutions do you see to that problem going forward for healthcare payers?
Yeah, no, but that's a fact that when you go into smaller populations, there's no chance to make these huge clinical trials because it's not enough patients out there to do it. So it would take 20 years to get enough enrollment, and then you need to base you have a lower evidence grade when you come in. And that can be solved in many ways. It could be done by real-world evidence. Roche is doing a lot of investments there. We purchased a company in US a few years ago, Flatiron Health, that have a lot of real-world data from US, and that is often used both in the reimbursement process and in the other negotiations. So that's one way of doing it. The other one is to follow up what is the actual impact of the patients. It's more difficult to do, but I think that is the future. We need to know, we need to capture in healthcare what is actually happening with the patient to get the interventions, and from that you can reduce the uncertainty for the payers.
So who should be responsible for that, for following up the effect and the cost effectiveness of drugs as they're being used in routine care? Will Roche take a part of that responsibility as well, companies in the industry, or where should that responsibility lie, do you think?
I think it needs to be a collaboration between the payers and the regions and the companies. I don't think anyone should take the full responsibility for that. It needs to be done in collaboration. I think that is the future of doing it. And
in medtech, for example, I mean, there you have registries. I mean, you get a 510K approval on very small patient population, and then for the payers, you have to do all the registry and the real-world data, and also for the clinicians, because they won't buy into this, and if you don't have that. So, I mean, that's a way to go that the medtech industry has been using for several years, because, I mean, one of the reasons is that it's much easier to get approved with a medical device sometimes than it is with a drug.
Yeah, and do you see it so the fact that this quite important part of the evidence generation process will be done in collaboration with between healthcare and industry. Do you see will there be a change then in kind of how you're pricing these type of drugs? I mean, will we accept to have lower prices in situations where you have more risk that will have to be addressed with follow-up? I mean, will there be some willingness to share that kind of risk with the healthcare system? Do you think? I mean, I think that's what I'm seeing as a health economist here, is that the reason we have such low approval rate or reimbursement rates is that there's still not enough kind of acceptance that we have to adapt the prices to the level of evidence. Yes, they are cost effective at your expected value, but there is so much uncertainty that patients simply don't accept it. Where do you see that going?
No, but I think it needs to be done in collaboration, and I think reducing the uncertainty is important, and knowing how do you look at uncertainty? I think that is a key as well, and seeing like what is the value of real-world evidence versus clinical trials? How can we come to an agreement? What is the risk? And I think it will be a collaboration. It will not be it will not only be reducing prices and it will not be only paying more. I think it needs to be a balance.
There needs to be an incitament for the pharma industry also to develop drugs in small populations. I mean, way back there was no orphan development, but now because of the prices, I mean, there's a lot of companies developing orphan drugs and so forth. So, you know, society has to pay and for the drug development somehow, but you guys can take over prices, of course, by doing innovative health economics on things that you said.
Yeah. No, I mean, of course, it was very easy to handle the higher prices and higher risk with orphans when that was a very small part of the healthcare system. Now it's becoming, orphan is in fact become a very big part of the overall healthcare. But if you think about all the precision medicine, basically much of it is now within orphan indications, and of course then it becomes a big part of your budget from a healthcare system perspective. So you kind of get this need of looking at it more and more carefully. So I have to ask you, Victor, do you think about these things when you look at companies? Do you think all the way to the market and to reimbursement and these type of things, or do you still mainly view kind of the regulatory success as the main kind of goal for your projects?
No, we look at everything. I mean, we even look at the COGS and so forth, and what is a reasonable price to get for this drug when it gets out there? What is the market? How many patients is there? What are the margins that we can get? And even in preclinical stage, we have to do that. I mean, I've actually been in one small company where we, after several years, discovered that the COGS was too high. So we stopped development. We couldn't. It was impossible for us to get the price that was necessary. So I usually do mistakes only once.
So final question to both of you. Do you see in the future, will we see more of precision medicine? So will we see smaller and smaller indication, more and more targeted development, or will we sometimes see a rebound? We'll say, okay, well, it's very hard to develop economics with these small indications. We have to go back to having larger, wider indications to be able to efficiently develop medicines. What do you think? What does the future look like here, Daniel?
Yeah, no, but I'm sure that we will have precision medicine, more individualized treatment, getting more information about each patient when you take the treatment decision. We need to use all information that is available about the patient when you take the treatment decision, which means that we will have much more individualized treatment in the future. And then I think we have to adopt the payment models to be suitable for that, because that's what the patient wants.
But I think it's like this, like with everything else. Things are becoming cheaper. Look at sequencing. I mean, when I started in medicine, sequences was super expensive. Now it's for nothing. I mean, and I think this will go the same way. You will do these panels, and there will be some robot, doing the interpretation, and bang, and it will cost nothing. and I think that's where we are going. So I think definitely it will be cheaper, and we also find new drug development methods and so forth and so forth. So I think absolutely this will be cheaper to develop, and in the end then also cheaper for the payers.
So, exactly, thinking a bit about the enabling technologies, so the first kind of phase, if you will, of precision medicine was very much enabled by advances in genome sequencing, right, and the reduction of the cost of that. So if you think about the next steps, what are the technologies that will enable the actually large-scale implementation of precision medicine and be able to reduce the cost of clinical development as well to make this whole thing affordable? Do you have any thoughts around that? What are the main kind of technological developments we need to see?
No, but I think the big data for the development side, it's definitely big data and this real-world evidence. If you can look at large patient populations where you have both genomic data and you have the outcome, and then seeing there if there is some effect on the real-world data side, then you can continue development and pinpointing specific development projects within those areas. That would definitely reduce the costs for development and speed up the process. So I think that's an area where it will definitely make a difference.
Yeah. So you mentioned Flatiron Data. I think Roche bought that for what is 20 billion SEK. It's a data company, right? So, but hopefully that type of real-world evidence, which in fact is a public good. I mean, we should be able to access that and work with that much more freely and efficiently, right? And reduce the cost of accessing and working with that type of data. And I think we see some developments in that direction in Europe with different types of collaborations around data access. So I think that's a good point.
But also digitalization is much more easier to monitor patients. I mean, you can have everything from a ring which measures whatever to so it will be much easier to monitor patients for various things, and also in the clinical studies with all the digitalized tools, I think it will make things a lot easier and cheaper and more precise.
Yeah, but we need the healthcare system on board as well, right? I mean, they need to participate in collecting this, or can we actually trust that the patients will be the main source of information, that the patients themselves with their health monitoring?
Monitor self-movement, so yes, I think part of it could be, you could probably trust some patients, I would argue. I don't know how that's going to work in the future, but yes.
Okay, well, we're getting into the future here, and we are actually running out of time as well. With that, I think we will conclude this session. I'd like to thank you both very much for coming and for a very interesting discussion. Daniel Ågren and Victor Trotter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, time for a new coffee break. We meet back again at 2:05. See you then. Welcome back. The next company is Coreline Biomedical. Coreline develops, manufactures, and also markets heparin-based solutions to improve kidney transplantation, cell therapies, and also applications in the evolving field of regenerative medicine. And with us here today, we have the CEO, Henrik Nittma. Please give him a warm hand.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for listening in to this presentation of Coreline. So Coreline is all about giving people an opportunity to improve their lives and giving them the right to enjoy daily life. And we do that by a heparin-based platform of products. The two core products is Renaparin, that is under development for improving kidney transplantation, and then CHS, Coreline Heparin Surface, which is a best-in-class medical device coating technology. Let's start with Renaparin. So Renaparin is focusing on kidney insufficiency, of course, and end-stage renal disease represents a major cost burden to any Western society, and this is an example from the US. And we can then see that an ESRD patient costs around 33 times the cost of a non-ESRD patient of the same age. And so it represents, in the US, I think 8% of their combined healthcare spending, a staggering $35 billion US. And one way of addressing that problem is, of course, to convert the patients on dialysis to a transplantation of kidneys. So you see that the cost comes down dramatically. You reduce costs by 2/3 or even up to 80%. But there is a challenge of converting patients to transplantation, and that is spelled organ shortage. I'm sure you've heard about this in the press and media. Just recently, I think day before yesterday, that was a piece of news in Sweden, and it's all over. So what we actually see is that we're adding more patients to the waiting list for a kidney transplant than we're adding organs that are available to transplantation. So that means that around 5,000 to 10,000 people die each year in the largest European countries and US combined. This leads us into a situation where we tend to accept what we call marginal donors more and more. Marginal donors are donors of age, 60 years or more, and or combined with an underlying disease history like diabetes or high blood pressure. And the problem with these marginal donors is that marginal donors leads into clinical problems. And marginal donors are also used even more so in the US, or will be, because in 2019, the then President Trump signed a presidential order saying that we should actually double the number of transplantations made in the US in order to handle the healthcare budget issues that he saw. So that means effectively adding 20,000 more transplantations each year. And that kind of exacerbates the problem of using marginal donors and their association with what we call ischemia-reperfusion injury. So they're more susceptible to these injuries, and ischemia-reperfusion injury is a clinical state, a problem that occurs when the organ is awaiting transplantation, while they have been explanted from the donor and sits in an oxygen-free state awaiting transplantation. And during that time, the inner layer of the vasculature, the endothelium, is activated and shedded. And then underlying very thrombotic and inflammatory responsive underlying structures are exposed. And that leads into a problem when the patient, the recipient's blood, meet these injured structures of actually eliciting a response in the underlying functional kidney tissue, leading to what we call delayed graft function. So the function of the kidney is depleted during the first days after transplantation. And in the worst case scenario, the patient actually needs to go back to dialysis directly after transplantation. And that is called, in a kind of a clinical term, delayed graft function. Affects 40% of all kidney transplantations. In the acute state, it leads to prolonged hospital stay. But even more importantly, it is also associated with a more poor outcome. If you look at the transplantation patient community after 3 years, the graft survival rate, if you have experienced DGF, is around 85%. So 15% of this group has a non-functioning graft and needs to go back to dialysis again. Whereas if you look at the patient group that has avoided DGF, they have above 90% patency rate of their graft. So it's a huge difference. And that, again, adds to these patients going back to dialysis and going back to the waiting list for a new transplantation. A massive problem. Our solution to that is to add our renaparin molecule, which is a macromolecular conjugate of heparin. Not going into the details of that, but it kind of emulates how the endothelium, kind of a healthy endothelium, works and looks like. So we address the injuries by kind of covering them with our heparin layering technology, kind of fooling or tricking the immune system to see this as a coherent, healthy vasculature or endothelium structure. So that is what we do. We just simply add it to a standard preservation solution, which is perfused through the kidney in any case. So we kind of combine it with an existing technology. And then we get it to adhere to these injury sites and protects the vasculature. And our preclinical studies show a very good effect of that treatment. And then also we have conducted phase 1 safety studies showing a good safety profile of the product. And we're now about to start our phase 2 efficacy study this year. So that, the phase 2 study design very shortly. It's a multi-center, 12 sites in Europe, UK, Germany, Austria, study of 80 patients, 40 of which are placebo, the other one in the effective arm. And we will follow what is called eGFR, that's glomerular filtration rate, the functionality of the kidney, out to 3 months, which is the kind of efficacy measurement accepted by the FDA for a pivotal study. This is not a pivotal study, but anyhow, it emulates a pivotal study. We will focus, in order to kind of decrease the size of the study and also the study time, we will focus on the marginal donor group, not all comers, as we did in the safety study and as we will in the phase 3 design. But for this efficacy study, we will kind of focus it on the marginal donors. And we'll also, of course, look at safety at that time. And we will, in addition, we will do an interim study analysis after half of the study population, so 20 plus 20, to do any readouts at that time. The overall timeline for this product and also the phase 3 study starting point is estimated to end of 2023. And then we're looking at potential licensing agreement at that time point, or else we go forward with our own design and financing of that study, depending on the results of the study, the phase 2 we're currently conducting, but also, of course, the financing community at the time. In any case, this kind of represents a healthy marketing opportunity or market opportunity for a product being approved for this DGF IRI indication. Going back to the other arm of our business, that's the traditional device coating, CHS, core-line heparin surface. It is the same technology, and the basic technology when it kind of sits on an implant looks like this. It works in the same manner as when we do it for the kidneys. We kind of coat the surface of interest, the thrombotic surface. In this case, it's a metal surface in a coronary stent that is represented here. It could be glass, plastics, or any type of blood contacting device material. And we can put it on any substrate. In the medical device applications, we use a priming technology that is kind of makes it possible to address any type of application out there. And then we will get the same type of response as in the kidney transplantation with a anti-thrombotic, anti-inflammatory functionality on the surface. So we kind of, the biocompatibility of the surface is increased. So this is how the technology looks in some kind of focus. The CHC part, the macromolecular conjugate, is the same for the renaparin product as it is for the CHS. The only thing differing here is kind of the specifications, of course, but also how we apply it. In this case, we apply it with the primary technology. We manufacture the reagents for this purpose, and we also do coating services in our facility in Uppsala, which is a small but very effective facility. The kind of peak volumes we have handled in that facility is 40,000 coronary stents per year. So the product has been used clinically for more than 100,000 patients in the German market historically. And we do that for our customers, I said, the service coating for our customers. And just a couple of examples of customers we're working with in the CHS space. This is a company called Cardium. It's a Canada, Vancouver-based company, active in the space of heart arrhythmia. So atrial fibrillation is their kind of indication. And they're working with a very advanced new type of device, a catheter-based device that combines two functions, diagnosis of the arrhythmia and also treatment in the same type of catheter. That reduces the indwelling time from 4 hours to maybe 20 minutes, and also kind of increases the effectiveness of the treatment as it is less dependent on the actual individual doing the treatment. They have kind of objectified the measurements of the arrhythmia and also the therapeutic effect of their treatment. So it's a very interesting new type of catheter. It's approved in Germany, actually, and in the European Union in a non-coated version, just for kind of clinical trials and stuff like that. But as you can see, it's quite complex in its geometry, and it's likely to elicit a thrombotic response. And the worst case scenario in this type of treatment is that you actually get a blood clot around the device, and that blood clot is released. And when it's released, you have a very high likelihood of patient getting a stroke. So that is something you actually want to avoid to 100%. So that is why they need to have some kind of coating. And ours is one that is representing the best kind of functionality in the market. So that is why they've chosen us. They were kind of a medium-sized, highly growing company, or a very rapidly growing company. And they just kind of recently announced a new financing round of substantial matter, kind of supporting this program. So we're very excited working with them. We just started clinical trials in Europe and in Canada with a coated version of this, so that represents an advanced stage of development, albeit it is in a pre-commercial state at present time. Another very interesting example is Imperative Care. It's a stroke care company based in California in the US. And they have currently 2 products on the market, a catheter, access catheter, and then also clot removal part of that catheter. Highly successful US-based company, medium-sized again. And they also kind of recruited financing of substantial amounts just recently, supporting this program. We are developing, or they are developing, a kind of non-communicated implant of sorts. So it's a permanent implant in the brain where they need an antithrombotic functionality, and our coating will represent that technology. So we're very excited. We say that we have a potential revenue stream of in excess of 35 million SEK. I think that's on the low side in this case. In any case, it's a very interesting company to work with, and they're really putting in a lot of efforts, both from an organization standpoint and also financially. We're working with up to 10 companies in parallel at a given time to add to our pipeline in the CHS space. These are examples of companies we're working with currently. Our goal is to have maybe 4 or 5 projects active in a commercial state in a couple of years. And our revenues are growing from a small number, I'll admit that, but it's growing quarter by quarter. And more importantly is that we have a commitment from our device customers that they cover all the costs of their development programs. So CHS is cash flow neutral in our company, whereas the investments are going into the Reimbursement project. So we're kind of growing our business and the traditional side of our business, and then we maintain the potential of the kind of big potential in the Reimbursement project, the pharmaceutical part of our project. And The nice thing here, the good thing here is that it's based on the same kind of technology platform in both cases. Just giving you a taste for what we're looking at the CHS. This is Carmida. This is a Stockholm-based company, has been around for many, many years, and they're highly successful. They're currently 100% owned by Gore Medical, the medical device arm of Gore Tech's company. And they have a very profitable business based on maybe they have 2 customers. They have the internal customer, Gore, with 3 different applications. And then they have an external customer. And based on those very few, I would say, relationships, they kind of stage a very successful business. And we are aiming for the same type of numbers in our business. This is our management team and board, a highly experienced board representing both the pharmaceutical industry as well as the medical device part of our business. And the same goes for the management team. We've just added new hires to support our device organization primarily and the regulatory and the quality field. So we're kind of approaching that marketing or market launch phase very quickly, and we're very happy about that. So that was it. Thank you very much for me.
Well, thank you very much, Henrik. What would you say is the key success, the core success factor in your company? What is that sort of your uniqueness?
So it differs between the 2 strains of businesses, I think. In the medical device part, which is as a very kind of day-to-day routine business currently, we don't kind of have any technological advanced development currently. It's more a matter of delivering on our customers' programs. And then it comes down to quality issues, it comes down to kind of supply issues and stuff like that. So it's a very day-to-day business. Short-term focused, and then kind of meeting their expectations of our organizational build-up. That's the challenge there. Whereas in the Reimbursement area, of course, it's all about having the right kind of data results or results from the phase 2 study. So kind of getting that on board and receiving the results. So it really comes down to that and for the Reimbursement project.
And investors looking at investing in your company, what can they look forward to?
So we have, I mean, since we have 2 kind of different businesses, we've also 2 different type of investor interests, I think. And many new-coming investors have looked at the medical device business, and we're really kind of building up the revenues month by month here, and but the kind of the hockey stick effect will come when we have a market-launched product together with our customers. So that will be the kind of point to look at time-wise in the company, I think.
Well, thank you very much, Henrik.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. The next company to present is Deco. Deco develops a modern potency drug with the ambition of creating a therapeutic drug that has a longer lasting effect and fewer side effects than those found on the market today. And with us here we have the CEO of Deco, Elin Trampe. Please give her a warm hand.
Thank you. Hello everyone, great to be here. So Elin Trampe, I'm CEO of Deco, a drug development company located in Uppsala. So as previously said, our business idea is to develop a drug that treats erectile dysfunction and premature ejaculation better than existing drugs on the market. And this is a topic that is rarely mentioned, rarely discussed, but I will take you through what we work with. Actually, looking at the numbers, it's over half of all men in the world that experience erectile dysfunction in some degrees. People tend to get quite surprised when you see these high numbers. Contributing factors are age, that's one of them, as you also see here in the numbers. But it can also be stress, depression, other underlying diseases like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, etc. And the person that is affected or has these issues are always faced with lack of self-esteem. It's quite stigmatized today to talk about this. It can lead to depression, etc. But it's not only the man who is affected. I mean, there is a partner, there's a relation, and this can create quite some problems. So it's important. Looking at the market size, today it's worth 4.2 billion euros worldwide. And we see that the demand for drugs are increasing heavily. It's 3% per quarter. Looking at from 2018 until today, we see that the market is up over 40%. And with an aging population, etc., we can only expect these numbers to increase going forward. There are drugs available today. I think most of us have heard about Viagra. But these drugs were developed 30 years ago. And since that, not so much has happened. And we see that these drugs actually comes with some challenges. They have side effects. We can also see that 35% among diabetes patients, it's up to 70% that don't get the desired effect. So they are so-called non-poor responders. And we can also see that these drugs have quite short time of duration. So you need to plan your sexual activity. And that is not sort of increasing the quality of life for these couples. We have men every week, all the time, reaching out to me, to us, saying that we have tried current drugs. It's not helping me, or I get these side effects like headaches or hangover feelings, so I don't want to use them any longer. When will your product be available on the market, etc. So we notice just, within Sweden, that there are a demand for new drugs. So what we are doing, we are addressing these issues. Our goal is to provide a drug with longer duration of action, improved efficacy, so be able to help even those that are not satisfied today, and also that comes with less side effects. And we are actually aiming at being the first choice of treatment. So a little bit about our drug candidate. We call it LIB01. It's a new molecule originating from nature. So it all started with a professor, Jarl Wikberg, who was employed and active at Uppsala University by the time. He worked within this field, and he was at the scientific congress down in South Africa, and he heard that men in Madagascar who had these type of issues, they were drinking a decoction made from roots from a tree that was growing there. And he got quite interested, so he started a collaboration with these local scientists. And he managed to isolate and understand what type of molecule that was giving this effect that all these men talked about and experienced for many years. And he also managed to see how this can be processed, manufactured via a couple of synthesis steps as well. So we have what we call a semi-synthetic molecule today. We are in a preclinical phase. And it started with then Jarl Wikberg, who did sort of early academic research. He did it on rats, and he could see this long-term effect on the erectile function. And he could also see that the ejaculation was delayed with up to 250% among these animals. 2018, DCOT was founded, and Jarl Wikberg was the founder, is the founder. And we managed to raise capital or financing to move into sort of doing studies in validated models. And we are working with a CRO down in France, it's called Peripheral, and they also have expertise in this area. And last year, we could see by giving this substance subcutaneously, the long-term effect could be demonstrated. And we also tried on rats with diabetes and proven erectile dysfunction, and we could see the effect. And a couple of weeks ago, we told the market that we are now prioritizing the development of a oral drug candidate for the start of the clinical phases to test this in humans. And that is planned to start middle of next year. And we have, of course, talked to experts, clinicians, doctors, who are very skilled in this area and meet patients every day. And they can confirm that, I mean, if we would succeed with this, like Chris McCain says, he is at the Australian Center of Sexual Health. Once a week medication with proven efficacy, it would be a game changer for these persons. I mean, you can go back and live a quite normal life. You don't have to think about this. Professor Arthur Burnett, he is active at the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine in US. He also said that LIB01 could replace current available drugs if we could demonstrate these claims. Dicot, we are a quite small company now, and the plan is not to do this on our own, to develop and launch this drug on a big global market. We intend to enter partnership with bigger, more established pharma companies, and we plan to do that sometime around phase 2A, when we have this proof of concept in humans. We're talking about out-licensing, upfront payments, milestone payments to further develop and invest in this. This is our targeted development plan, so you can see what we're aiming for here. We are now in the preparation for the clinical phases, and the plan is to enter that into middle of next year. And then to do the long-term development together with partners somewhere around 2024 and forward. I also mentioned briefly that we could see the potential to also treat premature ejaculation, which is also a huge indication affecting up to 25% of men. And it's also a significant market value. And one can say that there are no good treatments out there. There is a Fortazine, like a local, that you add locally, a spray, and there is Prilogy, a drug for depression from the start, to treat depression. So if we could do anything here, it will be very welcomed, could make a lot of use. The patent portfolio, we have two patent families. We have one for the molecule itself, and we have one for the manufacturing of the substance. Market exclusivity until 2033. But we also have 10 documented trade secrets, which is of great value to us, and that could be invested in patent and then expand the period for another 20 years. This clock does not work, so I don't know how I am with time. Okay. I have 2 slides left, I think. Some short company facts. Headquartered in Uppsala. We are a so-called virtual organization. So we just have a few employees, a leadership team coordinating all the activities going on. No in-house operational work to minimize high fixed costs. We are listed on Spotlight since 2018. We have a market cap around 6 million euros. Many shareholders, mainly Swedish, 3,300. We did a rights issue last autumn, and we have warrants connected to that. The period for that is first 2 weeks in June. Very short, I will not go through this in detail, but this is the management team at Dicot. So I'm the CEO. I recently took over from Göran Beijer, who is still in the company, but as a consultant, so that's very good. We have quite new, also started CFO, Björn Petersson, experience from Flat Capital, Neodynamics, and other life science companies. And we have Nina Knave, who is the director of the pharmaceutical project. That was all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Elin. Perfect timing. Even if you did the clock, the down calculator didn't work. There's a lot of taboos in this area, as you started out with. How does this affect the possibility or the interest from the investors, just to approach and talk about these subjects?
Yeah, but I think, I mean, not only for the people affected that they dare to talk about this, to get away from all the stigmatized of this topic, but it's also that, I mean, even if we see a high market value today, that could be, I mean, expanded because there are not so many that is, I mean, it's hard to actually make contact to the doctor and talk about this issue. So some doesn't know that there are, I mean, treatments today that are available.
So if this works all through the clinical stages, there can also be a need for better communications with the patients and doctors, and just patients understanding that there is a drug that works.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And we can of course support in that communication.
Markets. What global markets are you looking at? What countries are the where you will be primarily focusing on initially?
I mean, US is of course, I would say, our main focus. But I mean, the problem exists all over. So I mean, Asia is a huge market as well. Nordics, this is where we are now, the company. So it's also, of course, close to our heart.
So pretty much everywhere except Madagascar, because they already have the.
Yeah, but yeah.
That was a bad joke. Well, thank you very much for listening to Elin, and thank you very much, Elin, for coming. Thank you so much. Thank you. The next presenter is from Karolinska Development, the CFO and Investment Director, Per-Arne Jansson. Karolinska Development is an investment company with extensive experience in research, development, financing and commercialization of pharmaceutical and medical technology projects focused on investments in innovation life science companies. Wonderful to see you here again, Per.
Thank you, Katarina. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So, I'm Per-Arne Jansson, CFO and Investment Director at Karolinska Development. And I'm here to talk about Karolinska Development and why you might want to invest in life science and perhaps also in Karolinska Development. So I'll leave you to read this very quickly. And then, well, why should you invest in life science? It's really complex, and looking at the markets, I think it's gone down 67% biotech in the last 12 months. It's a bit scary. I think there are 23% of the companies in the US valued below cash. It's a very difficult market to be in. Having said that, if you know how to do this, you can actually have extremely good returns if you pick the right ones. And for instance, just an example, we're lucky enough to sell one of our portfolio companies by the end of last year, Forendo, almost at $1 billion valuation. That's biodollars, so it's a milestone deal, but still, we're really happy about that. So if you do pick the right ones, the upside is enormous. You all know this, but there are also really big risks. And I'll come into a bit how you can actually deal with that. And you need to avoid them because you do mistakes and you have to learn from them and you have to have the right people around you. So it's about controlling risk, basically. Also pick the right ones, of course. And another good idea is to have a diversified portfolio, which also brings down the risk because then you have several bets. And it's difficult to do that if you're a private investor or if you're not a specialized one, being able to have a portfolio. It helps to have experience as well. And people who have actually done investments in these stages understand the science, understand which people to bring in, and also have made all the mistakes earlier, ideally, so that you've learned from them so you don't do them again. So to give you the background on Karolinska Development, we're an investment company. We're listed on Stockholm Nasdaq, midcap. We invest in growth stage life science, both private and public. We come out of Karolinska Institute originally, so we're very well connected to Karolinska Hospital and the Karolinska Institute. We've built a very strong relationship there. Having said that, we do work with all the innovation hubs around the Nordics. We have a late-stage, first-in-class portfolio with significant inflection points coming up in the 2 to 4 years from now. We are looking at new investments, and when we go in, we'd like to be able to see an exit within 3 to 4 years. So we try to avoid to stay in for maybe 10 years or more, which is sometimes the case if you go into life science. So we make sure we really get into the phases where there's a possibility to get out within 3 to 4 years. We've done 10 exits or partial exits. We've listed 9 companies in the last 5 years. And we've actually been through kind of a transformational journey here since 5, 6 years ago when Victor is joined, who's here, who was on the panel before. The company kind of transformed from having invested in fairly early stage academic companies, really good ones, some of them, but it was a complicated model, and it shifted into a more pure venture capital type of investment model. So the portfolio has been refined. We now have 10 companies, which we believe very strongly in our portfolio. We've also raised money. In February, we succeeded with a rights issue of almost 400 million. We also sold Forendo, which I mentioned, so we have cash, so we're looking at new investments. We also have, in my mind, a very good team. We've increased the team with 2 new highly skilled persons. And we have a very strong owner in Invox Biopharmaceuticals who've supported the company for 8 years now in a very good way. So just to look at what has happened these last 5 years. Well, the portfolio value has increased about 6 times. It's now just shy of 1 billion. We have made quite a lot of investments in our portfolio companies. We have invested 380 million ourselves. And with other specialist investors, there's a 3.5 billion has gone into the company in the last 5 years. We've made exits of a bit over 400 million. Among those, you see Forendo here in highlight, but there are quite a few others that's been good exits here. We've listed 9 companies. Recently, just 2 weeks ago, Promimic, a medtech company, which I'm happy to say was fully subscribed, even if in this quite tough market. And our balance sheet is now clean in the sense that there's no debt, which is also a good feeling. We've had quite a lot of debt from the history before, but now all that is gone. So what have we learned after 20 years of life science investments? Well, you need to look at where are the inflection points in value? When is the data coming out? When are the major things happening in the companies that would actually make it possible to sell the company or fund it with new, larger investors coming on board, perhaps international VCs or what have you. So you need to see that that can happen within 3 years, because if not, you will be stuck for a long time and you have to fund the company for a very long time. You need to set the right management in the team. First of all, of course, the founders, and then make sure that the team is complemented if needed. And then you need to bring in the right type of people on the boards. And then when I say the right people, it's exactly the right people who know what needs to be done to make this a successful company in the end. Ideally, it's someone who's already done a similar journey before in the same area. Just an example, Simon Cartmel, who came in as a chairman in OssDesign. He was the CEO of Apatec, who was successfully sold just a few years earlier before he joined us. And he's been into bone implantation for most of his life. And he's really been essential for OssDesign's success. And as I mentioned, you need to make sure you have financing to actually go beyond the next inflection points when you go in. If not, you'll have it in your knees and you have to fund it all yourself. It's also very important to have experience in the investment team, which I mentioned before, with in-depth life science experience, and then you bring in whatever extra expertise you need from the outside. So, looking at the team, well, we have Victor here, who's the CEO. He's associate professor earlier at Karolinska in heart surgery, and then joined the dark side investments like 20 years ago, I think it is almost. And he was on SEB Venture Capital, heading up the life science investments there before he joined Karolinska Development. Myself, I've been in venture capital for over 20 years. Hopefully I've done most of the mistakes now, but probably not. Then we have John Öd, who is a doctor by training. He's a researcher, and then he went into the pharma industry. He's been with Shire and AstraZeneca for many years in pharma development. He's deeply knowledgeable in life science. You can bring up any subject and he'll give you a lecture on it. He's amazing in that sense. And he's also an entrepreneur. He's actually CEO for one of our portfolio companies in parallel here, Modus. Johan Dighed, who's he was a senior lawyer at SEB Banking for many years and worked a lot with SEB Venture Capital. He joined a couple of years ago and he's also experienced in making investments. And then we have two new members here, Linda and Michaela, who they've both, Linda has a PhD from Karolinska, and she's been at Boston Consulting Group for many years as a senior consultant and analyst, therefore, in life science. She was also CEO for a medtech company before joining us. And Michaela, she's been with Boston Consulting Group for 5-6 years, I think, so totally dedicated on life science. Then we have a long list of experts that we bring into the companies and sit on our boards and so on. So it's all about networking, really. Very briefly on some of our investments, I mentioned Forendo. You might have heard about BioArctic, Aktier, which was mentioned earlier by Victor, cancer research company we listed in the US, Xspray. I won't go into the details here, but there are some fine companies that come out from Karolinska over the years. So this is maybe the core of our business, apart from looking at new investments. These are the ones we engage with on a daily basis, more or less. We always sit on the board of these companies. We're very active. We talk to the CEO, and we help out with wherever we can. And I won't go into detail on all of these, but just a quick run through. Aktier I mentioned, it's oncology. Modus is sepsis. Hopefully we'll have a nice readout of phase 1 later this year. We have Dilafor, which is perhaps the one which we hope to be able to exit near term. We'll see. We're waiting for additional phase 2 data coming out later this year. And when we get to this stage, just as in general, we do engage special corporate finance firm specialized in exactly the area that the company is, who knows how to sell this to the big pharma. As an alternative, we look at listing the companies. So it's a dual track always to kind of try to maximize the exit. And then we have Umicron, which we have a very strong belief in, very interesting data already came out, and we're now going into later phase 2 studies. They've shown also quite interesting data on neuroinflammation, which might broaden up the indication areas here. But mainly they're looking at liver diseases at the moment. Then we have Svenska Vaccinfabriken, which is a vaccine company. Maybe not so common, but they actually have therapeutic vaccines. They're focusing on hepatitis B and D, which is very major diseases, as you might know, and this is actually potentially a way to treat hepatitis B and D. They also have a COVID-19 vaccine. The interesting thing with that vaccine is that it doesn't go on the spike thing on the virus, so it actually goes onto the virus itself, and it potentially could be efficient towards future mutations of COVID-19, which I think we should expect that we will see. Anacardio is also one of the companies where we see hopefully a shorter journey for us. It looks really promising, and we're now going into phase 2 studies soon here. It's in heart failure, which is one of the biggest diseases we have to treat in the world. Biosurgeon is more of a passive investment. We're not active in that company, although we think it's a highly interesting company. We then have 2 medtech companies at the moment. One is, and you might have heard about them, OssDesign has been on the stock exchange for some while. Bone implants for the skull and also for the spine now. It's really an interesting material which actually transforms into bone. A ceramic that transforms after 18 months or so into bone. So it's extremely innovative, and they're now scaling up in the US. Promimic is a coating on implants as well, which helps fixing the bones into the body in a much better way. And they're now scaling up in the US. So those are in commercial phases. So what is then our investment strategy? Well, we look at the Nordics mainly. We can go outside if there are good partners investing with us, also internationally, so we do look outside the Nordics. On the left-hand side here, you see the typical VC model, which is early mid-stage companies. That means in pharma, it's when they go into clinical phase 1 or 2, normally we would look at. And in medtech, we would normally look at companies where they're in the commercial phase, where they started to have some revenue, maybe about 10, 20 million or so in revenue. That's our focus when we engage. And then we help these companies to develop further. On the right-hand side, it's more an opportunistic strategy we have, where we look at public companies as well. And there are quite a few, as you know, on First North, there are lots of interesting biotech companies, and some of those will and have come into problems with financing, but although they are potentially very interesting. And we look at all of those companies, and we might go into some of those as well. It's not a big difference, really, to be public or non-public today in our mind. We're used to that. So, and we think there will be more and more opportunities in this downturn in the markets now. So venture investment in public equity, VIPE stands for. Crossover is something which is a big thing in the US, not so much here. You do see it. It's more, you go in pre-IPO, And you kind of, as a specialist investor, you validate this company so that they have a better chance of succeeding with the IPO. And then you can come in at a fairly good valuation, and you can get out within maybe 2-3 years from there. So this is where we look at the companies when you think about stage. In area, drug discovery is really the core where we focus mainly and where we have most of our expertise. But we do look at medtech and digital health. And I myself is more focused on the medtech and the digital health parts. There's a lot of interesting things happening in our area within digital health, since we have a thriving tech community from, well, we're fairly advanced in software, as you know, and combining that with healthcare and development and so on is really an interesting combination. So we see quite a lot of highly interesting companies there. It's taking some time, but now they mature, so we see that it works. So in summary, we have a diversified portfolio with diversification. Basically, if you invest in currency development, you get into a bunch of companies with an inflection point quite near term in all those companies, most of them within 2 to 4 years. So it's a fairly mature portfolio. We have a very experienced team. We have a lot of exits already as a track record, and we know how to do the exits and to actually negotiate the good deals with the pharma companies. We have quite unique deal sourcing from our connections over the 20 years here with collaborating with both corporate finance and investors and academia and entrepreneurs and so on. It takes time to build those networks, and so we have several companies every day coming into our deal flow where we select carefully and finally choose a few, very few ones. Maybe we invest maybe 1 to 4 per year in new companies. That's our strategy. And we have a strong backer in Invox Biopharmaceuticals. So I'm opening up for questions there, maybe.
Well, thank you very much, Per. I'm curious, and maybe some people, some in the audience are too. You mentioned exit 3 to 4 years. Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate on why these specific age brackets?
Well, it's always a target, and you might not end up there. But when we go in, we want to see that that's possible. And if you invest in a company which is in after phase 1, for instance, and need to do a phase 2A, which is a smaller type of phase 2 development phase, that normally takes 1 to 2 years to accomplish. And if that data looks good, that is often, if the area is interesting enough, the market is big enough, that is when the big pharma will start looking at you and actually might buy you, which we've seen in several of our companies. Sometimes you need to take it a bit further, but ideally, we try to sell after phase 2A, you could say. Sometimes it happens even after phase 1, but then we're taking it into phase 1, and if it's a really first-in-class, highly meeting high needs of treatment and big market and all that, you can actually sell them already after phase 1. So that makes it possible to, even in pharma, get out within, well, 3 to 4 years, ideally. In medtech, you need to get in when they're commercial, and then you need to scale them up to 1 to 200 million Swedish or so in revenue. Alongside you build partnerships, and then you might be able to sell it somewhere there. And that normally takes, well, could take a bit more actually, 3 to 5 years, I would say, at least there.
Well, thank you for explaining. If you look into a broader perspective of life sciences, what sectors do you think will be booming, let's say within 5 years?
Well, as a venture capital investor, you need to see where are the big pharma looking? Where do they think it's interesting to be. So because we need to be able to sell to them. So that kind of governs where we look as well, and we kind of look where might they want to look in the future. So that governs a lot where we look. But in general, I mean, there are some areas which have been hot for a long time and will remain to be hot. Like oncology is still very high up on the agenda. You have neuroinflammation, which is a very tricky area, but high unmet needs medically. But going away from these obvious large indications or areas, myself, I'm looking at digital health, for instance. I think there's so much we can do with the new technologies coming on board, the sequencing we talked about earlier, in diagnostics or companion diagnostics, or also in where you can optimize the patient pathways and the care. Actually, there are so many ways to improve the quality of care and also quality for the patients with the help of tools and artificial intelligence as well. And we see really interesting companies coming out there actually building revenue as well with models that work. And then we get into more tech-like investments with less capital intense and shorter development times as well, which is quite good to combine with what we're doing here. We understand the healthcare systems, and we apply that knowledge to also bringing in other technologies, for instance. Other areas which I think is quite interesting is where there's a big need is on antibiotics, which is a very difficult area. But having said that, when we dig into it, the need is so high. It's one of our biggest challenges with the resistant bacteria in the world. And as you might know, there's a blacklist of the ones that will actually kill more people than in cancer and so on in the coming years. This problem won't go away, and we need to deal with it. And there is willingness from governments and authorities and industry and so on to actually solve this problem. And we see now that the things are falling in place, also in reimbursement systems and so on, to make it possible to actually make good investments also in antibiotics. Another area tied to that is probiotics, which is it's been around for 10, 15 years, but it's just at the start. And there's so many things we don't really know yet, and finding some new interesting medical treatment things with probiotics, I think is also, it's maybe not the best timing now because things will happen, but it's an area I believe a lot in the future, for instance. It's just some examples.
Well, thank you very much for sharing your expertise, Per. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, this concludes today's Naventus Summit. And the next summit is here, back in Grand, here at Grand Hotel Spegelsalen on November 30th. And then we're going to talk about technology. So thank you so much for coming here to Grand Hotel, and thank you all of you watching remotely. And it's been a great day, lots of great content, and thanks again to all speakers and all people in the audience. Bye-bye.